Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Israel and Lebanon agree to implement a ceasefire, but Hezbollah refuses to participate. House Republicans join Democrats in the vote to limit Trump's war powers in Iran, but the president describes it as meaningless. And Ukrainian strikes in Crimea kill 3 people as the Russian ambassador to the UK admits Moscow cannot afford to lose the war. Israel and Lebanon have agreed to implement a ceasefire following negotiations in Washington. In a joint statement released with the US, they said the agreement was contingent on a complete cessation of attacks by the Iran-aligned Hezbollah. Lebanese state media has reported that Israeli strikes have continued in the south of Lebanon following the announcement. The terms are contingent on Hezbollah ending its attacks, Hezbollah to withdraw from the south of the Litani River, creation of pilot zones under the control of the Lebanese army, US to improve capacity of Lebanese armed forces, and more talks planned with the view to reach a comprehensive agreement. For more on this, I'm joined by international peace negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. Nomi, great to have you on the show. Thank you as always. So, Nomi, the statement I just read from the US State Department outlining that agreement says Hezbollah should withdraw from south of the Litani River, but there's no mention of Israeli withdrawal from territory it occupies in Lebanon. Do you think that this ceasefire agreement can really form the basis of an end to occupation and the beginning of peace?
Well, I think it has to be looked at at a sort of first step. It's certainly, as it stands, it doesn't look like it's calling for an Israeli withdrawal or from any of the territories in Lebanon. And both Hezbollah and the Islamic Revolutionary Guards in Iran have made statements, very, very clear-cut statements, that this announcement is totally unacceptable to them. And of course, if it's totally unacceptable to them, then it's not going to work. So what needs to be done is it needs to be framed as part of the US-Iran talks. And of course, there has to be a timetable for Israeli withdrawal with certain benchmarks in terms of, where Hezbollah is at. So there has to be at the same time a commitment for Hezbollah to withdraw from certain territories sort of gradually to totally disarm from those areas. There has been a commitment made, as we know from the a statement made, that there will be support for the Lebanese armed forces. And of course, they need that support in order to be able to control those areas in Lebanon's so-called pilot zones. We don't know what those pilot zones are. So I think this agreement is extremely vague. There's more we don't know about it than we do know about it, in the sense that it's intentionally vague. So it's not that we don't have the knowledge. It's just drafted in a way that leaves a lot of room for the unknown. And that vacuum is extremely dangerous. There has to be a monitoring verification mechanism, and there has to be a timetable for Israeli and withdrawal and the withdrawal of Hezbollah. Naim Qassem, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, has made it abundantly clear that unless Israel withdraws from all the territories, Hezbollah will continue in its activity. That's the whole raison d'etre of Hezbollah. Hezbollah came into being as a result of the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, including Beirut, Israeli invasion. So there has to be a mechanism to ensure that Israel withdraws from all occupied territories, but certainly from the Lebanese occupied territories, alongside an agreement for the US and Iran to sort out how they're going to end the conflict there. One can't be divorced from the other because they're heavily intertwined, Hezbollah being an offshoot of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards.
And let's talk a little bit about that, because as you've rightly said, the two national governments, of course, that's Lebanon and Israel, have agreed to a ceasefire. But the third party involved, Hezbollah, just do not want to cooperate. So this makes a deal pretty darn hard, doesn't it, Nomi?
Well, I think Hezbollah will cooperate if there will be a commitment to a total Israeli withdrawal. I think that's what it's all about. I think that if there will be a commitment for Israeli troops, there's no mention of any Israeli withdrawal. There's no mention of the pilot zones. Yes, it mentions that, first of all, there's no definition of where the pilot zones are going to be. Israel now controls key strategic areas. It's invaded the Beaufort castle. That gives them a huge strategic advantage. The areas around Nakura, which are also extremely important. And of course, no one wants to see Lebanon divided. It was part of that Israel strategy in Gaza, was to try to divide Gaza and force all the population south. And the so-called artificial line that they built. And it looks like what is happening is Lebanon is not too dissimilar. So there are certain precedents here. So what really, we need a holistic approach to end these conflicts by ending the occupation, but also ensuring that there is a total dismantlement of the military capability of Hezbollah, because there has to be just one army in Lebanon, and the Lebanese army needs to be strengthened. Today, the EU have announced a 100 million euro deal supporting the package, of the term I was looking for, in support of the Lebanese armed forces. It's not clear what's going to happen post-UNIFIL. The UNIFIL, the United Nations peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon, that has failed dramatically to stop Hezbollah from arming and sort of using the south as a launchpad toward Israel, is going to be replaced by some other force. There's no mention of what that force is going to be. I think it's highly unlikely that force is going to be a United Nations force. But then the question is, who is going to replace UNIFIL? It's going to have to be part of this agreement. It's a missing part. There is a date for the continuation of talks, the 22nd of June. There'll be further talks, I assume, again, in two tracks, like this particular track. So diplomatic negotiations in the State Department, coupled with security, specific security negotiations in the Pentagon. So you have Israeli-Lebanese teams under the auspices of the US, both in the State Department and in the Pentagon. But they need to include the reality of the entire Middle East. So that means that also the war in Iran has to end, because Hezbollah is not going to agree to anything without the Islamic Revolutionary Guards that run Iran as agreement. And as I said, and I reiterate what I said, it is absolutely fundamental that there will be a timetable contingent on various benchmarks on the part of Hezbollah and the Lebanese army taking control and the like, but there has to be a total withdrawal of Israel to the international border in order for a true ceasefire to route, and only then can you move towards a comprehensive peace agreement with Lebanon. So first stage would be a total withdrawal with an agreed timetable, with a monitoring, verification, compliance mechanism. Then you can sort out the rest. You can only move to peace once that's in place.
And as we outlined, the agreement doesn't have anything on that full withdrawal at the moment. But we're just having a look today, and obviously a ceasefire has been in place since April, and now another ceasefire is in place, agreed to, of course, by Israel and Lebanon. But Israeli strikes alone today have killed at least 5 people in southern Lebanon, Nomi, despite the ceasefires we're talking about. Where does this leave US-Israeli tensions over Lebanon? Because over the last few weeks, we've been hearing about these really difficult phone calls between Netanyahu and Donald Trump even coming out and confirming that this was the case.
Yes, it's not the first time that Donald Trump has been screaming down the line at Benjamin Netanyahu. It's not the first time that they agree on one thing on the phone during a phone call, and then each tweet completely diametrically opposing tweets on their various social media platforms, and then it's followed by a second call, which is what happened a couple of days ago. But clearly, this is a huge problem for President Trump, because President Trump needs and want to end the war in Iran. And in order to end the war in Iran, he needs Netanyahu to commit to not only not attacking Beirut, but to withdrawing from Lebanon. So I think that the tensions are mounting between the US president and the Israeli premier, and they will continue to mount until Israel will withdraw from Lebanon.
Naomi Bar Yaakov, as always, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure.
Now, the war in Iran has exposed divisions in Washington, with some members of Trump's own party joining the Democrats in an effort to rein in his military powers. The House has passed a measure calling for congressional approval before any further US military action. While the move is largely symbolic, it does reflect the growing political pressure on the White House as the conflict does drag on. For more on this, I'm joined from Istanbul by Republican Overseas spokesperson Errol Moorcoach. Errol, as always, great to have you on the show. So, as I did mention, the House vote is, of course, largely symbolic. But what does it tell us about growing Republican unease with Trump's handling of the Iran war?
Well, I think it speaks directly to the fact that this has been building in the Republican Party for the last 90 days. And it has finally sort of come to the head point symbolically where 4 people have crossed the line. Inside of the party, there's quite a bit of division on how this has been handled. However, as President Trump has progressed in this battle with Iran and has seemingly won in every aspect that he's delivered on, it is disappointing to the party that those people did that. Now, to clarify for the viewers, this is going to go to the Senate. And from the Senate, if it was to pass the Senate, which is very unlikely, it would go to the president, who would then veto it, send it back to the House, where they would need 2/3 majority. So it's effectively a symbolic vote. It's not going to affect the way that the U.S. command structure is negotiating or operating. However, optically, it allows Iran internally to have a victory to their own people. They get to say that, look, the U.S. House is scared. The Americans are asking for a ceasefire. They don't want war. So really, what it really speaks to is a big gift to the internal sentiment in Iran, in the internal division in the United States. It doesn't really surprise me that this happened. It's not even that disappointing as much as it is procedural, and I believe that ultimately it's not going to be effective regardless. However, in the midterms, in the elections, we're going to see how that plays for the Republican Party.
Yeah, absolutely. Those midterms aren't too far away now. And of course, Errol, we've spoken about them before. But let's talk a little bit about Trump's reaction, because Trump says the 4 Republicans who joined Democrats in passing the War Powers resolution should be ashamed of themselves. And he also called them disloyal. You spoke about division in the party. I wonder what this does for division and what Trump's response reveals about the political stakes of the House vote for his whole administration currently, and of course, popularity.
Yes, it's critical because when you look at these elections, you realize that probably the 4 who voted for this are going to be voting based on their own midterms coming up, and they're going to be in very tight districts. So in the grand scheme of things, 4 people breaking ranks out of a 400+ member group isn't a big deal. What it does show is that Nancy Pelosi style whipping up the constituency that the Democrats are able to do to get 100% of the people on board, we're not able to do that in the Republican Party, and that doesn't look good for us. And when you look at the midterms, you have to realize that certain people are in states where there is a lot of swing votes, and so perhaps those 4 people are playing the long game there. Regardless, we want to see party unity, and Trump calling them disloyal is something he's always done to anybody who breaks ranks. That's why we got rid of Thomas Massie. And that's why Rand Paul has come back under the fold after trying to be a very renegade individual. So I think Donald Trump has quashed most of his opposition inside of the party, but it's still a very large tent that draws in a very diverse diaspora of people, racially, ethnically, ideologically, under the Republican Party. And Donald Trump is having a very difficult time to coalesce all of that. Meanwhile, the war is incredibly unpopular to the consumer, who is seeing the cost at the fuel pump as the primary result. The American person, of course, is not seeing bombs and explosions except on TV. They are seeing the financial cost to them. And so that's where it's all going to roll in. And that's where where this game playing by the Israeli prime minister is not very helpful to President Trump. And as we've seen with their disagreements, it certainly has something to do for it. So the Republican Party is in a very tight spot right now. And if we don't all trust in Trump and follow the leader in this, we're not going to do a good job. And I think that's where the disappointment comes from.
Yes, and before I was just talking to my guest about the situation in Lebanon. And of course, Israel and Lebanon have agreed to the ceasefire, but Hezbollah doesn't want to be any part of it. And Iran wants Lebanon to be in its ceasefire that it signs with the US. It wants a broader agreement. How much leverage do you think Iran has at the moment? And yourself, as a Republican looking at this, you did say a little bit earlier that Trump has won on Iran, but a lot of people will be asking you, Errol, what has he won? The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, Israel's still attacking Lebanon, and no agreements in place.
Right. Well, ultimately, as if we zoom out, we look at the 90-day war that President Trump conducted, or special operation, however you want to strike it. The entire Iranian Navy has been decimated. The Air Force has been decimated. The nuclear program has been sent back decades. We killed the Ayatollah. We've killed all of their top brass 6 ways to Sunday. So the idea that they're coming to the table with a lot of leverage is more of that 12-er clerical rhetoric that Armageddon is what makes them stronger. You kill all of their nuclear scientists, they say our nuclear program is stronger than ever. So there's a lot of gamesmanship and brinksmanship. But the fact of the matter is it's dollars and cents. And the Iranians cannot afford to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. America, however, can afford to readjust pipelines. America and Israel and the Arab world have all come much closer together. You see the Saudis and the Americans forming coalitions. You see Israel coming in and making alliances. As Iran hit Kuwait and hit this innocent airport for no apparent reason whatsoever. Why are you bombing an airport? This is not endearing them to their surrounding neighbors. And so all of these people, or all these countries around them, are going to also be putting pressure on Iran because it's affecting their economies as well. So Iran does have some cards to play. They're not completely out of the game, but they're overplaying and bluffing the leverage they have in this deal. And President Trump is very willing to increase the kinetic strikes if Iran doesn't come to the table. And they know that, and they're terrified. And that's why their leaders are hiding in caves, and our leaders are going to the New York Knicks games.
Yes, and that's a fair point, that your leaders are going to the Knicks games, but Iran still obviously has military capability because, as you just said, they hit Kuwait. So the US hasn't decimated all of the drones that are still in Iran. But when we talk about Donald Trump going back to military action, does the War Powers Resolution actually make it harder for the US president to resume large-scale fighting in Iran? Because, Errol, there's just no appetite for that at the moment.
You're absolutely right. There's no appetite for it on either side. Maybe the Israeli side there is. On the American side, there's no tactical appetite for it. I don't think that the War Powers Act that in Congress is going to have any effect in the short term. If it was to pass the Senate, there might be a brief interlude before Trump vetoes it. But it does send a message to the president, and the president takes that message and he sees it as a disappointing message. So I think, if anything, he's more determined to ramp this up and get a deal done. And as you see how he's talking to Netanyahu and the Israelis, he's not happy with them because they're not delivering the shared objectives. Obviously, they need to be under our objectives. They're secondary objectives to the American objectives, as they are, the subordinate power in this situation. So it's very critical for Israel to get on board. And I think that actually Israel has a lot more cards in this than Iran does, because how Israel behaves dictates how Hezbollah and Lebanon behave, which ultimately gives the IRGC the leverage they have to, hum and haw and go back and forth. So ultimately, Donald Trump is playing about 6 different games of chess, individual games of chess. And it's certainly a contrasting situation. With that said, I would say their ability to project power has been degraded by a factor of 90%. We're not saying that they're completely insolvent, and there is some enriched uranium hiding in the country somewhere, but they certainly are not on the same footing they were before the war, and that gives us the confidence in the negotiations, because ultimately the Iranian mullahs don't want to be replaced. They don't want their country to collapse completely. Despite what they say on the surface, they're human beings, and we expect them to come to the table and probably try to save their country before it's too late.
And Errol, let's talk a little bit, because Donald Trump, he has been very optimistic again about an imminent Iran deal. And we've heard this before from him. I've been saying it the last couple of Fridays, actually, while I've been on the show. He always says on a Friday, we're going to have a deal. And then on a Monday or over the weekend, we normally see strikes. We seem to be getting into this loop, this pattern when it comes to the US President Donald Trump. But do you think I should be optimistic, and everyone watching this should be optimistic, that this weekend could possibly be the weekend, because Donald Trump has said that the Supreme Leader is increasingly being involved in negotiations?
I do. And even if it's not this weekend or next weekend, I think it's coming. And keep in mind, this has been a very short conflict. And Donald Trump, as the eternal optimist, as the eternal salesman, as somebody with that, imbued with that sense of self-drive, he believes he can deliver that deal. And while he has fallen short in the short term, no pun intended, I do believe that him talking with the Ayatollah, from my friends in the White House and people who've communicated to me, things have progressed quite a bit in the last 96 hours in terms of that. This could be maybe that moment where we get a tense agreement. However, I wouldn't be negative on Donald Trump's optimism. You want a president who doesn't want a long-term war. And I would point out the War Powers Act was designed to remove, our troops from Vietnam, to remove troops from long-standing internal conflicts. We haven't put boots on the ground. Donald Trump has kept his promises and all that. In terms of the American service members who have been murdered and killed, it's tragic, but it's a very small number compared to the Iranians. So with all of that said, I do believe that peace is coming. Donald Trump is a peacemaker, and peace through strength is how he's going to do it. Whether it's this weekend or next weekend, ultimately, we trust in Trump. And as he says, it all works out in the end. Yes,
of course. He always likes to get a little bit of momentum going on, doesn't he, with his optimism? But one quick final thought from you. Do you think Mujtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, is alive? Because initially, many thought he was dead, including the US President.
I'm in the defense business, intelligence business. The info that I have is that he has been severely wounded, maybe to the point of being non-communicative. So the very big question is President Trump actually communicating with a conscious Ayatollah, or is he communicating with intermediaries, or basically having this weekend at Bernie's situation, keeping a dead man in a cave who he can't see? I believe he's been nearly mortally wounded, but he is alive as far as I'm understanding that. And that might be enough to get this deal across the table. Maybe it actually might be in our favor if he's in a coma and somebody else is making the deal on his behalf.
Errol, stranger things have happened. Errol Moorcouch, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
China has defended its move to ban a new group of New Zealand lawmakers from entering the country following the group's recent visit to Taiwan, saying those who cross the line will pay the price. Beijing views the self-governed island as part of its territory and is opposed to Taiwan's participation in international exchanges with other countries. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, earlier today, China's foreign ministry said the New Zealand lawmakers' trip to Taiwan, which took place in May, violated the One China principle and amounted to interference in China's internal affairs. The 4 lawmakers in question from across the political spectrum are barred from entering mainland China, as well as Hong Kong and Macau, for a period of 1 year. Let's take a listen into what Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning had to say.
In accordance with relevant Chinese laws, China has decided to take measures against those individuals, including banning them from entering the country. I want to emphasize that the One China principle is a universal consensus of the international community, a fundamental norm of international relations, and the political foundation of China-New Zealand ties.
Wellington has expressed concern about the decision, noting that lawmakers from New Zealand have visited Taiwan for decades. New Zealand media reports say the Chinese embassy told New Zealand officials the travel ban could be reduced or waived if the lawmakers apologize for the trip. Beijing's move could be seen as an indication it's taking a tougher diplomatic approach to matters related to Taiwan. It comes after President Xi Jinping warned US President Donald Trump that mishandling the Taiwan issue could push relations into a dangerous place. New Zealand Foreign Minister Winston Peters said the visit was not inconsistent with the country's One China policy, which recognizes Beijing's claims over Taiwan.
Health officials in Gaza say Israeli strikes have killed at least 9 Palestinians, including 5 members of the same family, in separate attacks in the Gaza Strip today. Reports say Israeli planes launched strikes on 4 apartments, including the family's home, before dawn. The Israeli military have not immediately commented on the attacks. For more on this, I'm joined by one of MSF's emergency co-coordinators in Gaza, Aitor Zabol-Gogoski. Thank you, Aitor, for your time with me today. Since a ceasefire was agreed between Hamas and Israel last October, the Israeli military has continued strikes. What impact is this having on society in the Gaza Strip and, of course, the rebuilding program that should be happening?
In reality, it has been very little happening, very little. The peace agreement, or the peace that was pushed, it created a situation where less attacks were happening, but the living conditions, the situation of the people has not changed, barely nothing. Even we could say that they are deteriorating, because there is no really no movements happening, no economy. It's working, and people has no jobs, and everybody is dependent of aid, and a lot of people vulnerable is still dependent on the aid. So very little has moved in the living conditions of the Gaza inhabitants.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about the aid, because MSF has released a statement warning against any future aid system that relies on military control, because obviously during the Gaza war we saw the GHF come in and deliver aid, and it was very controversial. Why is MSF releasing this statement now and not when we actually saw what was happening due to the GHF organization?
We did publish a report showing how many dead people and how many wounded, injured people arrived to our facilities during GHF operation. The thing is that 1 year later, we still see consequences. We still see how people are still affected by the wounds, because probably was one of the sole events that created more wound and more dead people during the 2 years of the ongoing genocide.
Mm-hmm. And how credible and significant is the medical evidence MSF says it has gathered about injuries linked to GHF sites? Because when I speak to people from Israel, they've always strongly denied these accusations and said this is just not true.
I can tell you, I was there, and our primary health centers, they had one road to get into Gaza occupied by the Israeli forces, and one road to the rest of the area. So everybody was coming from this road, and everybody comes when the sole street, which was leading to Shakush, distribution center, and it was happening mathematically. People going at 6 o'clock in the morning, shooting when they were opening, and around 9 o'clock in the morning, they started the shooting. Everybody could hear them. And then at 10 or something like that, we started to receive systematically the wounded and the dead people. So it was very clear what was happening there by not only by the witness of the people who was trying to get food desperately, but also by the fact that all the wounded people that we received and treated, they were all of them consistently explaining the same things.
Very difficult, I imagine, to witness that. And as I speak to you right now, what is the situation with aid like in Gaza? Because we haven't spoken about Gaza that much as we used to, as of course we've now moved on to the war in Iran, Lebanon and Ukraine, and now Gaza's fallen off the agenda. How much is that affecting the people?
Well, basically, what I was saying in the beginning, I mean, there is no evolution of the situation. There is no changes in practical for the people who is still trapped in Gaza Strip. There is only Rafah open for very few, people living, still thousands of people who require medical attention and medical assistance that cannot be provided inside the Gaza Strip. They need to go outside, and the people is living by dozens at the maximum in a day. And then the people still remain completely dependent in the food aid, no jobs, no prospects of when anything is going to be changing or evolving in order to be, normalizing or changing a little bit the lives of the Gaza Strip people.
So what's the answer to what's happening, Aitor? We see a ceasefire in place, but we still see Israeli strikes killing people in Gaza, a whole family in a strike today and overnight. What's the solution here? What does MSF want to see happen?
What we want to see is a real ceasefire, and then the aid and the assistance should reach civilians in safety, should reach civilians based in the needs, based in the vulnerability of the people, and at decent scale, and a scale which really allows people to feed themselves and to improve the living conditions, which are terrific now, taking into consideration the lack of water, the lack of food, and the lack of proper services to community services for the people.
Thank you so much for speaking to me, Aitor. Really good to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you for still talking about that.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. US military officials say 2 men were killed during a military raid on a boat in the eastern Pacific Ocean on Wednesday. The latest strike follows similar attacks in Americans' Southern Spear operation, which has killed at least 203 people at sea since September. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has accused tech billionaire Elon Musk of stirring up division in the UK over Henry Novak's murder. Musk publicly criticised the police for how they treated the teenager before he succumbed to his wounds after being stabbed in December. On Monday, Novak's murderer was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Ukraine says it has struck key targets across Russian-held Crimea, with Russian officials reporting 3 people killed and several others injured in Smernovpol. Russian authorities also say air defences intercepted more than 20 drones over Sevastopol overnight. The strikes come as Moscow faces growing pressure, with its UK ambassador admitting the war has cost us a lot, but saying Russia cannot afford to lose. For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. As always, Oleksiy, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. Oleksiy, what message is Ukraine trying to send with strikes deep inside Crimea, which, of course, Russia annexed back in 2014?
Hello, message is very simple. First of all, we're fighting. Russia is attacking Ukraine every day, and we are just fighting back. But the message, not just about Crimea, we reached St. Petersburg recently, where Putin started his big economical forum, he called it, but speaking mostly about the war there for Russia. So it looks like for Russia, economics is the war. We are attacking Moscow, we are attacking other places with this clear message: this war should be ended. That Russians will feel the war. Not only Ukrainians will feel how awful is the war, but Russians will feel too. We will continue to destroy Russian capacity in oil products production and other things, so in refineries and so on. So our message is very simple. We need to end this war. If the war will continue, not only Ukrainians will feel the pain from this, but Russians too.
And the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the risk of escalation is now higher than it actually was 2 years ago as Ukraine's long-range strikes do become more effective. Do you agree with this sentiment?
I agree that in general, when the war continues, the risk of escalation is rising. The war continues, full-scale invasion already for more than 4 years. And every day makes the situation worse and more dangerous. Ukraine agreed to stop on the current lines a year ago, even more. From that time, the war continues on because of only one reason, because Putin doesn't want to stop. So I hope that Secretary Rubio in the United States will help to explain Russians that they need to end this war. And the best way to explain this to them would be more sanctions, more pressure on Russia, because Russia does not understand any other language except one language of force.
Oleski, there was a big, massive strike on Ukraine just a few days ago, which killed 23 people. How is Ukraine keeping its spirits up? You said, over 4 years of war, constant barrage of Russian drones hitting critical infrastructure, Ukraine's freezing cold, extremely difficult. How is Ukraine continuing to fight and now actually gaining ground?
It's not because we are some superhumans, but because just of one reason, because we clearly understand what will be the consequences of losing this war. Russia commits genocide against Ukrainians on occupied territories. So if they will succeed, they will kill people like me. They will take our children to attack next countries, to attack in Caucasus, to attack in Central Asia, to attack in Europe, Baltic states, and so on. So we clearly understand the price. That's why we continue to fight, but we want peace. Ukraine wants peace as soon as possible. And for these, we are ready, as I told you, to stop on the current lines, leaving part of our territories in the status of temporarily occupied by Russia. We want to end this war because in reality, we are in stalemate. Russia doesn't have gains, and just people are dying almost for nothing every day. So that should be stopped.
And Oleski, the Kremlin says Russia is pushing ahead with plans for a tunnel linking it with the US. We've been hearing that today. Do you think Americans should be engaging with long-term economic projects involving Russia while the war with Ukraine, as you say, remains a stalemate and unresolved?
No, I don't think so. I think it will be a big mistake to do like this because what it will mean, it will encourage aggressor to continue the war. And to continue the war, the price of this is much higher than any economical benefits. The risk of escalation, the risk of ecological catastrophes, the risk that other aggressors and dictators in the world decide to start their bloodbath, if they will see that Putin can continue the war without any consequences, and even United States will make some economical projects with him, that will be a signal for everybody else. You can make war, you can do whatever you want, you can commit war crimes, you can disrupt the world, you can threaten. I just want to remind you that Putin and Russians many times threatened the United States, called the United States enemy, and so on. So after this, to have economical projects with them while the war continues and American ally, which is Ukraine, is bleeding, I think it's something unacceptable and unbelievable, I would even tell.
And Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, was visiting Ukraine, and during that visit, he claimed Russia is losing more than 30,000 soldiers a month. What message would you send to young Russians considering joining the military?
I said it on February 23, 2022, so one day before our start of Russian full-scale invasion, from the tribune of Ukrainian parliament, I addressed to Russians and said, if you will invade Ukraine, you will never leave this country. You will never leave these lands. You will be killed there. And for almost 1 million of Russians, maybe even more already, I gave an absolutely correct prognosis what will happen with them. So that's exactly what I can repeat. We need to end this war. And for anybody who wants to get in Ukrainian territory as an invader, just be prepared that most likely you will very quickly end in a grave.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, thank you for your time with me today.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Israel and Lebanon agree to implement a ceasefire, but Hezbollah refuses to participate. House Republicans join Democrats in a vote to limit Trump's war powers in Iran, but the president describes it as meaningless. And Ukrainian strikes in Crimea kill 3 people as the Russian ambassador to the UK admits Moscow cannot afford to lose the war. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Asia finds itself at the intersection of global conflicts and great power struggles, commercial opportunities and economic challenges. So, Counterpoints is coming to you this week from Singapore. I'm Melinda Nucifora here at the Shangri-La Dialogue, hosted by the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I'll be bringing you exclusive interviews, so stay tuned to Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, I'm joined now by Simon Wright, who is the founder and chairman of TGP International, which is a global hospitality and F&B advisory agency which works across the Middle East, the UK, Europe and Asia. Simon, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I just wanted to start by asking you what the impact has been of the current geopolitical tensions on hospitality, F&B and the experiences sector here in the Middle East.
Well, good afternoon, Tom. Thank you very much for inviting me along. I think interestingly in Saudi particularly and what we're seeing in Riyadh is that the market hasn't slowed down hugely. Still a lot of people out there looking for the experiences, looking for great food and beverage. But I think there's probably a bit more thought at times, and people are looking for those experiences that are very relevant, that are worth their time, that are quality focused. So a little bit, perhaps, a little bit less style over substance, really focusing on the quality and experiences that are going to be memorable for them.
And when people are limited in terms of where they can travel to, do we see patterns start to emerge, like more people going on staycations, more people are looking at perhaps wellness resorts? I mean, is that something we tend to see?
I think there's definitely a focus on sort of domestic travel, as people sort of might be sort of more challenged from doing those international trips. People definitely seem to be looking for a sense of community as well. Going to locations where they're enjoying themselves, they can feel there's that real sort of hub and energy and feeling of togetherness. That seems to be very, very important. The staycation market, as we've seen, there's some great offers out there in certain cities around the GCC, around the region. So that's definitely been a focus for people that are not able to travel. And I do think the wellness sector, as much as there's a balance, people still like that comfort and going to sort of have things that they know, they enjoy, things sometimes that bring back sort of childhood memories and a sense of comfort. There's definitely a feeling of sort of wellness. Making sure that people are doing the right things for themselves, both from a physical, nourishing point of view, but also from a mental point of view as well.
And in terms of the impact on the travel industry, the hospitality sector, and on consumer appetite, I mean, I was thinking about COVID while you were talking there, and I was thinking this isn't as bad as COVID, is it? Because people can do the things you were just describing there, like feel a sense of togetherness, which was absolutely something you couldn't feel at the height of the pandemic. I mean, do you think some lessons, though, have been learnt from that COVID chapter that can be applied now to businesses?
I think within our sort of food and beverage and experiences sector, that level of resilience and I think it was a word that probably got used to death during COVID, but it was that ability to pivot, to be flexible, to move very quickly and to adapt to situations is definitely has been built into the industry. That level of resilience is way above what it was sort of back in sort of early 2020. And you can see that by the way that people have moved quickly. I think obviously, and I think people, as you said, really want to sort of feel that sense of community. So we're seeing sort of large food hall environments, street food sort of examples and other festivals and events where people want to be there and want to be around other people to have that sort of sense of belonging.
Do we tend to see at a time like this, and are you seeing any evidence of it now in the Middle East, of different elements of the hospitality sector, the tourism industry as a whole, coming together and supporting each other, whether it's with an offer or an add-on, somehow trying to sort of nourish the whole ecosystem? Is that something we might be seeing?
I mean, I think definitely I've felt it myself with friends, colleagues, and contacts within the industry, people reaching out to each other, talking about what's going on, how can we support each other and work together. And sometimes that might just be an occasional, letting people vent because they're having a bad day or a bad week or something. So that's definitely happened. But what we're definitely seeing, I think, as well is, I think we sort of touched on it going back to almost the previous question, is this sense of people wanting to do things where they're being well looked after. They're creating sort of memories. They're feeling comfortable. One of the huge successes we've just been involved in recently is the huge street food experience that's been developed in the Souk Al Zal region in Riyadh, where we've been astonished at the number of people that have been coming to that. Perhaps we thought there might have been a bit of a slowdown, but we've been seeing several thousand people a day coming through to experience that because they just want a sense of belonging, something that's comforting, but something that's based around sort of substance and where they can really get together and enjoy themselves.
Yeah, and clearly Saudi Arabia is fortunate in that it's got a large domestic market. It's got the largest domestic market in the GCC. More than 35 million people live here. But the same cannot be said, can it, of other GCC countries that have a much more overseas expatriate demographic, a much more significant makeup of the population is from overseas, and a lot of those people will have perhaps gone home or will be thinking twice about travelling. I mean, do you think that's making the reality much tougher for countries, like the United Arab Emirates, for example?
I mean, I think there's the Saudi has a huge advantage with, the amount of that domestic market, the size of that domestic market. Obviously, also the religious, tourism market as well. That's a market that doesn't seem to have been overly impacted. It still seems to be, seeing the footfall come through for that. But again, I think we saw it after COVID as well. I think people suddenly realised what an amazing country Saudi is and how many different regions and different cities, and new and exciting things happening within those cities and regions that gives people a reason to stay at home. And I think that gives the kingdom a huge advantage compared to some of the other sort of more internationally inbound tourist sort of markets that we see within the Gulf.
Do you think layoffs in the hospitality industry are a sad inevitability of the situation we're in right now?
I think, having spoken to lots of sort of, colleagues and contacts in the industry, everyone is doing everything in their power at the moment to minimise the impact on the teams, looking to be smart and savvy in how they're doing it. We are hearing stories that some businesses are having to go down that route already. But I think what we are seeing is such a sense of community where people are doing their utmost to support teams and help them plan. Some people obviously have felt more comfortable to perhaps travel back to home countries and be with families during some of these challenging times. But there's a definite feeling of, there's no sort of super commercial, really cutthroat set of, decisions being made. People are really doing their best to see what they can do to support teams through this tough time, especially when we don't have a huge amount of visibility about how long it might go on for and what the longer term impact might be.
Any words of advice for a business owner or an employee who might be worried at this particular moment? I mean, are there any things people can usefully be doing? There is that old adage that you should paint the shop when business is bad. I mean, should hotels, restaurants be thinking about refits, upgrades to their facilities at this particular moment?
It's very interesting. We've gone through ourselves at TGP. There was things that we had planned, perhaps that we were looking at in a very well considered way. Sometimes it actually gets that sense of urgency moving. And I think as an industry, we always have to remain positive. We're all about positivity. We're here to look after people and to show them an amazing experience and an amazing time. And if I've got advice, would be talk to your team, involve your team, keep everybody really involved in what you're doing so they understand the challenges that you might be facing. But also use the opportunity, if it's a refurb that's due to be done, take advantage to do that as quick as you can. If you've been looking at other projects, make sure that you move at pace with those, and make sure that you're very, very strong and ready to take the full sort of value from the situation once it does calm down and get back to normality. The one thing we know about the region is there's a huge amount of strength and resilience, and the region always tends to bounce back quicker than anywhere else in the world. We've seen it after 2008, we've seen it after COVID, and I think especially in Saudi, where you've got this, big domestic market, big landmass, a huge amount of interesting things for people to do and to see and to experience. I think we'll be in good shape to move forward and get back to all the sort of positive elements of the business as soon as we can.
Yeah, and bounce back, it probably will, won't it? And just like after COVID, there was that expression that everyone was talking about, revenge tourism, where people go on multiple holidays because they haven't had the opportunity to do that. Do you think we're likely to see a big sort of catch-up once the sort of geopolitical clouds have blown over?
I'm hoping that it doesn't take as long as COVID did to get there. Hopefully it'll be resolved a lot more quickly than that. But I'm certain there's a lot of pent-up sort of desire to do business, and that might be, there's sort of a personal element for people wanting to travel and go and see and do things. Hopefully they'll be within the region and enjoying their time there as well. But also from a business point of view, a lot of things are being delayed and postponed. But I think it could end up being a little bit like the sort of champagne stopper in the cork. And once the things get settled down again, we're going to have to do a lot of catching up and deal with all that demand that comes in, which can just be exciting. And I think to your point, Tom, that you made, people that have got their houses in order and nice and clean and tidy, and they've got their teams set and ready and well looked after, they're going to be in the best position to be able to deal with that demand when it comes back again.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Simon Wright, the founder and chairman of TGP International. Thanks for your time, sir.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And The idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Asia finds itself at the intersection of global conflicts and great power struggles, commercial opportunities and economic challenges. So, Counterpoints is coming to you this week from Singapore. I'm Melinda Nucifora here at the Shangri-La Dialogue, hosted by the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I'll be bringing you exclusive interviews, so stay tuned to Al Arabiya English. Hello and welcome to this special Counterpoints interview on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from Singapore, from the International Institute for Strategic Studies Shangri-La Dialogue. The Shangri-La Dialogue is one of the world's most keenly watched and high-profile defence summits. It brings together heads of state, ministers, military officials and security analysts from more than 40 countries. Now, one global conflict that is always at the top of the agenda at any defence summit, and it has been at this one, is going to be the war in Ukraine. So I have the pleasure of joining me here on Al Arabiya English, former Ukrainian Foreign Minister and non-resident Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Pavlo Klimkin. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Let's start with the most recent developments that we've seen in recent days. A drone, allegedly a Russian drone, hit a residential building in Romania. Should Europe be bracing for more direct spillover from this conflict?
Definitely, because you can consider it as a sort of collateral damage. If you use, like Russia, all these drones in a very targeted way, with clear sense of escalation now. And what's going on is escalation because the Russians badly wanted to sort it out over our heads and over Europe with the US administration, talking about encourage spirit, whatever. Now they failed. They clearly understand they're stuck around the front line. And it's a kind of escalation they want to use to raise the stakes now. Because of this escalation, all kind of, let's call it accidents, but it's not just coming out of nowhere. Because we had Poland, we had other countries with Russian drones, and now it's directly targeted, not just a field somewhere around, but something where people live. And now it's about people's life. For the European Union and NATO, it's a kind of dilemma because escalation is tricky to accept. But not to react now is not an answer anymore. It's about clear weakness.
It's interesting you say that because we have done an interview with the NATO chair of the military committee, Admiral Giuseppe Cavo-Dragoni, and we'll be bringing that to our audiences following your interview. He has said, as has the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, that NATO, and I quote, stands ready to defend every inch of Allied territory. Is it? And at what point does Europe expect NATO to stop talking about defending its territory and actually defend it?
We talk a lot about Article 5, but unfortunately we rarely mention Article 4. And Article 4 is about perception. It's about threat perception, and it's about coming together and discuss urgently how to react. And it's not about now and here. It's about a clear idea that what the Russians have been doing is systemic in the sense of targeting Europe and NATO. It's about critical infrastructure. It's about drones. It's basically about cognitive warfare. It's all there. But now on the top of that, it's a sort of, sorry for my citizens, normal warfare coming into Europe and targeting people directly. Not to react to that is about NATO's credibility and EU's credibility. So to get together, to enact Article 4 and to come up with a clear response towards the Russians is fundamental now.
By that, are you saying if they don't react in a tangible way, they will have lost credibility? Definitely.
It's not about escalating their response, but it's about clear and bold response and telling the Russians what they can do under any circumstances and clearly outlining a reaction now and next time, clearly. Not kind of going confidentially through back channels, which is also important, but clearly saying now it's about how we're going to react. And if it comes next time, it's going to be about our reaction, and it's going to be about raising the stakes, like you have been trying to raise the stakes. I mean, escalation is not just about hardware. Escalation is about psycho. It is about understanding whether you are credible and whether you are bold enough in your next step. There is a fundamental rule in geopolitics. If you have a leverage, you have to show it. If you have shown your leverage, just use it. Otherwise, you don't have one. So if NATO and EU don't show their leverages now, I mean, at least showing their leverage, it could be pretty challenging for their credibility, I would say.
Russia has signalled that it's preparing a sharp escalation in the war. It's warned of consistent and systemic missiles attack on the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. What do you read into that? Is that a genuine threat that this is a turning point? Or does it say to you that Russia is looking for a way to try and exert its leverage that perhaps it may not have?
It's not what can come somewhere in the future. It's now. Just a couple of days ago, I came overnight to the Kyiv railway station from the city of Ivano-Frankivsk, and there were strikes every couple of minutes. It was one of the biggest strikes on Kyiv. So to talk about escalation, it's something which goes towards DC and European capitals. For us, this escalation is now. But first, Ukrainians are tough and resilient. I recall my own apartment over winter with +7. +7 is tough, I would say, you know. But just imagine how grandmas and grandpas sitting in these cold apartments. But still, Ukrainians are pretty unique here. And second, yes, we've been fighting a kind of asymmetric fight, but we've been getting better. In the sense of our striking capability, in the sense of our production, dispersed productions, and the Russians are fundamentally unable to target our dispersed productions. It's about new ways of combating, it's about using AI, it's about using different kind of drones. On the Black Sea, who could have imagined 4 years ago that now we are in control of considerable part of Black Sea with the Russian Black Sea fleet kind of stuck close to the Russian coast? I mean, it was totally unimaginable. So the whole idea of asymmetric deterrence is there. What we have shown is that if you fight for your existence, if you have a kind of horizontal society like us Ukrainians, people talking to each other, creating different sort of ecosystems, you can win. Something fundamentally unimaginable. So my point, we are not afraid of any escalation. And it's not about a sort of slogan. It's about our mentality. Yes, people are kind of tired of this war. Yes, it's something which is inside you. But I've been browsing around the country a lot. I can tell you, I never heard someone saying, look, now because we are tired, we have to give up. Or I never heard something, no, I'm so afraid. Some people go to a safe place during attacks. Some people don't. But no one saying he or she is afraid. In this sense, I'm also personally very proud of my fellow Ukrainians. So any kind of threat now coming from Moscow is a sort of signal. We kind of failed to have a deal over the heads of Ukraine, over Europe, and now we have to come up with something else. But the idea simply to come up with a sequence of threats is not what would work. Never, ever.
Well, then maybe that already answers my next question. Should Ukraine agree to freeze the conflict along its current front lines to allow for a long-term peace to be negotiated?
Land is sacred for everybody. It's something which is in our DNA. With all our history, ancient history, medieval history. But what is at stake in this war is Russian control over Ukraine. Because the Russians believe we are not Ukrainians, we are kind of wrong Russians. No Ukrainian history, no Ukrainian language, no rational argument would work there. Because it's their mythology. At this moment, we can't liberate all of our land. It will stay as not just a political message, but inside everybody. But it's not that we are not ready for some sense of compromise. We understand current reality. But we are not ready for giving up. We are not ready for a kind of capitulation which would give Russia control over Ukraine. political control. Russia wants to limit our sovereignty. It's sovereignty what is at stake. Foreign policy, simply to deprive us of any freedom of decisions. Domestic policy, you can do this, you can do what? Territorial sovereignty, we have just discussed it, but also our defense sovereignty. In 2022, they wanted to limit our defense capacity with just a couple of thousands of people, no weapons, to make us totally defenseless. And we said, no way. So what is at stake is not just this line with all kind of our commitments to that. What is at stake is our Ukraine.
But if the conflict is so protracted, the front lines may move slightly one way or the other. But you've said that Ukraine at this stage can't re-liberate all of the land that Russia has been able to take. So what? Do we stay in this current situation indefinitely?
No. I believe we will come to a sort of ceasefire. I can't speculate when it would come. I would love, as everyone in Ukraine, to come it rather soon than later. But where I have my doubt is a kind of what I would call peace agreement with Russia, because we are galaxies, universes apart in what we want. We want our country as a democratic and European reality to join the European Union, to play our positive part. We don't want to define what the Russians want to do somewhere in Siberia. It's up to them. But they want to define what we can do in the future. And it's the whole asymmetry if they want to control us. Some people believe, and it's a kind of Russian narrative, it's all about sort of efforts to come towards NATO. And in 2014, when they started occupying Crimea, we were also legally non-bloc country. So it's for Norway well. The whole stake here, and the only issue which should be sorted out is where Ukraine belongs to, and how we're gonna sort it out. So only in this case, and it's also about European security, we can have the fundamental answer to this war.
You say, where does Ukraine belong? Who does it belong to? I guess that leads me then to a proposition, perhaps, a suggestion by the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, that Ukraine could have symbolic EU accession, saying it could formally join but without the privileges of membership. Is that an opportunity or is that a trap?
No, you started teasing up the German Chancellor. He's talking about a kind of phased approach. He's saying, look, we need to deliver on all the conditions. It takes time. And he's right.
Yeah.
I believe a kind of discount, let's call it discount, sorry for my cynicism here, is bad for us and bad for the European Union.
Why? Why is not symbolic membership better than no membership at all?
I mean real membership, because I did the European Union for kind of 25 years. He is talking not about kind of symbolic membership. He is talking about a sort of transitional reality where we can become part of different European institutions, but with our right to impact the decisions within the European Union limited for some time. Really transitional solution. Not, Moscow would be so happy if such an idea, would be realized in some moment in time.
So not something you're interested in?
What is not possible, never ever, is a kind of idea where we can't have our security delivery for us and for the European Union, and everybody in Europe clearly understand a sort of security engagement, security partnership, and security solidarity is not possible without a full membership. And secondly, we have talked about credibility. Now it's a kind of geopolitical pressure on the European Union. European Union has to deliver on our membership. If the European Union says, okay, fine, it's a sort of transitional idea, and we don't know for how long it's gonna stay, it's about European credibility. It's a very big point. Some people want to find a sort of oversimplified solution. I don't believe in oversimplified solution.
Mm-hmm. France's President, Emmanuel Macron, says that he's preparing to perhaps resume dialogue with Vladimir Putin. It would effectively end the EU's freeze on Russian diplomacy. How do you assess that? Do you think it's time to reopen the diplomatic channels between the EU and Russia?
First, it's not kind of talking to the Kremlin what is at stake. What is critical here is to talk from a position of strength. Just recall all kind of history of EU engagements with Russia. Whenever the EU started talking from a position of weakness, it failed. So the EU has to talk to Russia. It's my point, but has to talk from a position of strength. Now, the Americans kind of really involved on other dimensions. Secondly, Europeans understanding the whole reality, also with the Russian stock around the front line, has been changing. Whether it could be the best moment to start talking to Putin, if solidarity is there, if a clear mandate and really strong position is there, if Europe is ready to secure that such talks won't be used as a sort of manipulation, European countries against each other, it would be a good way for Europe to get its credibility, but also to show that the European Union is ready to become a player. Now, if you ask people here whether European Union is a real player, many people will tell you, yeah, maybe it's a good reality, maybe it's a positive one, we like the European Union, but whether European Union is a real geopolitical player, not really. I believe it's an amazing chance for the European Union to raise the stakes, to show its credibility. And it's all coming together. European security architecture, our membership in the European Union as part of that, and talking to Russia from a point of strength. If the EU, Europe, because it's also about the Brits, it's also about Norwegians, it's also about Canadians maybe. Europe is, let's call it wider Europe. It could be a big chance for Europe, and Europe must, I really mean must use it now.
We're out of time, so I think that's a good point to leave it on. This is a critical point for Europe.
It's indeed a critical juncture for Europe, you're right.
Let's see if they take your advice.
They have to.
Pavlo Klimkin, it's been such a pleasure to have you here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you for your time.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints, coming to you from the IISS Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore. I'm Melinda Nucifora on Al Arabiya English, and we're pleased to welcome back to Counterpoints Admiral Giuseppe Cavo-Dragoni, the chair of the NATO Military Committee. Sir, thanks for being here.
Thank you to you.
Very quickly, I know that this is a very busy summit for you, one of the most influential defence summits in the world, so we won't take up too much of your time. Let's start with the current situation in Europe regarding the war in Ukraine. We've seen spillover into Romania, an alleged Russian drone attack or strike in Romania. NATO has said that it's ready to defend every inch of Allied territory. Is there a threshold, or what is that threshold from when NATO stops saying it will defend its allies and when it feels the need to take action?
Well, NATO is already taking action, is reinforcing the eastern flank. We are considering to put some more effort there just to face this kind of event. This is an accident, of course. It is not an action against us. It's not an attack. So we also need to be able to manage, escalation and de-escalation, and this is the case. But NATO is acting already. It's not just talking. We are doing action there. We are enforcing, and we are expecting to be even more effective.
You mentioned the eastern flank there. Would you anticipate needing to move more assets to the eastern flank?
Yes, we will. We will organize that, and we will coordinate that under a secure authority. So everything will be linked from the Baltic up to the Black Sea, and that's basically it. And we are keeping on enforcing that and studying what are the best counter-UAS assets we can use, and we are employing them.
The Secretary of Defence, Pete Hegseth, made a keynote address here at the Shangri-La Dialogue on Saturday. It seemed like he had a pointed remark to European allies, saying those who believe they can keep taking a free ride on the generosity of American taxpayers, those days are over. How do you think NATO and its allies will interpret those comments?
We are not in that case. We are doing our homework, so we are not living on anybody else's shoulder. We took a great commitment in The Hague last year, and we are expecting to have deliveries, and that will be a good point in Ankara summit. So we, as a military, expecting from Ankara confirm and delivery to what has been promised and committed in The Hague last year.
Admiral Giuseppe Cavadragoni, thank you so much for taking a brief moment out of a busy summit here in Singapore to speak with Counterpoints. Thanks so much, sir.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabriz Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program.
ما تسلیم فشار در این قضیه و در هر قضیه دیگه.
The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation. Whether the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab, Russian summit on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Our Arabiya English has been coming to you all week from Singapore, from the International Institute for Strategic Studies Shangri-La Dialogue. It is one of the world's most important and influential defence summits. So I am very pleased to be able to welcome our guest today, General Cao Kim-eun, the Secretary General of ASEAN. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
The Association of Southeast Asian Nations brings together 11 member countries throughout the region, including Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand. So many big regional players that find themselves having a very interesting balance at the moment between two of their perhaps largest security and economic partners, the US and China. How do you read the current situation for ASEAN, given the strategic balance it needs to strike?
Well, ASEAN is not new to all of this. We have been here in the past 59 years in existence. So next year will be our 60th anniversary already. US and China are our comprehensive strategic partners now. And we've been working with both major powers, the US already in the past 49 years, China in the past 35 years. Both are our key partners in many dimensions, in terms of trade, investment, tourism, connectivity, and of course also in the defense cooperation as well. So I think we work with both great powers in terms of all the areas of cooperation that we have with each one of them. And of course, also through the ASEAN-led mechanism where we involve both US and China as well as other powers as well, including India, Russia, Japan, and so forth.
As you say, the 60th anniversary is coming up. Do you feel like this is a particularly pivotal time, a particularly strategically difficult time for ASEAN? Or, as you say, they've been here before, but has it felt like this before?
Well, of course, there are more what I call strategic issues now on the table than before. And what I say strategic issues could be economic issues, could be energy, could be security, could be transnational crime, for example. There's all sorts of issues that we have to deal with. But of course, out of all of them, the strategic rivalry is ultimately the key issue.
With that in mind, how did you interpret US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's comments? He made a very keenly watched address on Saturday here at the Shangri-La Dialogue. How did you take it? How do you think your ASEAN partners took his comments?
Well, of course, we have to read every speech or every message coming out from all our partners in the context, in the broader context, how does it all factor in. I think we should not be reacting. We have to respond strategically to what's been said, the message conveyed in the world context, particularly in the relations that we've been working with, in this case of course, the U.S. For us, we are a strong believer in open, rule-based multilateralism. We are a pillar of regionalism. And we believe that ASEAN is at the heart of the Indo-Pacific. And we have to deal and we have to engage with all the major powers, big and smalls, those who are more immediate to us, and of course those are far away from us. But we have equal treatment for all of our partners.
There is a global sense of sort of growing political nationalism. My country first, America first. You say, as you rightly put, that ASEAN is a strong regional pillar. Does that nationalistic political leaning ever come into rivalry with ASEAN's need to really encourage this regional cooperation?
We have to, because regional cooperation is a matter of our strategic interests. It's a matter of not just survival, but how to thrive in this increasingly fragmented, divided world. How do we make sure we cooperate with one partner that does not upset another partner, for example? We have to convey to all partners that by working with one partner, we will not exclude others. So this is the way we engage, and it has always been like this. Through the ASEAN established mechanisms, through the ASEAN-led mechanism that we have, for example, between ASEAN and US, ASEAN China, ASEAN Japan, but of course also where we engage all of them collectively as well. So yes, there are, from time to time, we will see that nationalism being pushed to the front, but I think what we need to do is to make sure that all national interests, they are not purely national interests. They have some regional and global interests as well.
When we talk about this region, we can't ignore the South China Sea. It sits at a crossroad of security and commerce. ASEAN has been working with China to try and get a South China Sea Code of Conduct for so many years now. How is that progressing? Will we ever see a South China Sea Code of Conduct?
Well, first of all, with China on the South China Sea, we have been working with China for more than 2 decades already.
I think since 2002.
Well, that's when we signed the Declaration of Conduct Parties in South China Sea with China. There's 10 ASEAN foreign ministers signed that DOC agreement with the foreign minister of China to have the DOC in place back in 2002. Since then, of course, now it's 2026. We began the other round of negotiations to work on the Code of Conduct COC since 2017. We agreed that we should conclude the COC negotiations within this year, 2026.
How is that going?
Well, I think we are going very strong, making real progress. And I think there's a clear commitment from both sides, ASEAN and China, to finalize this document within this year. So I have every optimism that we will be able to do that.
Internal divisions, though, within ASEAN can be a roadblock to getting that. Are you confident that ASEAN can speak with one voice?
Well, I think it's our culture sometimes to agree to disagree. Yeah, we do agree to disagree from time to time, but I think when it comes to the COC, we've been working together for a long time already. We know what we need to get done because we don't want to miss this opportunity in 2026. Of course, there's always a chance for a slight delay, but I don't expect this at all because given the fact that now we have scheduled meetings lined up every month to make sure that every meeting we make real progress. So that I think there is a clear determination on both sides to get it done.
How important is it? How much of a potential risk is conflict in the South China Sea if we didn't have a code of conduct?
Well, I believe that no one, in my view, wants a conflict in the South China Sea, period. I think all of us have the role and responsibility to make sure that conflict will not take place. And I believe that it is in our best interest to keep the South China Sea completely free of conflict and to make sure that it continues to be open because we have a lot of trade, going through the South China Sea. We have a lot of interest there. And that's why for us it's in our interest to work closely with China. Because after all, if you look at our trade volume with China, say last year, for the very first time, we reached $1.3 trillion. Very heavy trade. And that's why to keep the sea free and open is very important.
ASEAN has traditionally been focused, as you rightly say, on regional cooperation, being a regional pillar, but it does seem like it is taking on more of an external-facing role at the moment. There's been deepening ties with the Gulf and the GCC. Can you talk me through how you see ASEAN's relationship with Gulf states?
Yes. Well, first of all, ASEAN has been working very hard to enlarge its own membership. Last year, finally, we have the final enlargement with inclusion of Timor-Leste as the 11th member of ASEAN. At the same time, we work to consolidate within ASEAN to make sure that our FTA, particularly the ASEAN Trade and Goods Agreement, is being upgraded. And we signed that agreement last year to make sure we are on path to become a single market and production base within this region, because we are the third largest trading bloc. So it's important to keep that in mind too, that we need to increase intra-trade investment in tourism as well as connectivity. But that does not mean we do not look beyond our region. Particularly our policy is a policy of engagement. We engage our partners. The Gulf Cooperation Council is our new partner that we started since the first ASEAN GCC summit in 2003. And it was convened in Riyadh, hosted by His Royal Highness Crown Prince. And then last year, Malaysia was chair of ASEAN. Malaysia, on behalf of ASEAN, hosted the second ASEAN GCC summit. Of course, building on the first summit that we had laid out the foundation of the framework cooperation across the economic and, of course, other areas of cooperation. At the same time, last year, for the first time, we convened the ASEAN GCC plus China summit as well. So it's a three regions arrangement going beyond the two regions. So I think this is something that we envision what more we can do together in order to bring about mutual cooperation and a win-win cooperation.
There is no official summit scheduled for 2026 between ASEAN and the GCC, no third scheduled meeting. Do you see cooperation, though, continuing despite there being no official summit?
Well, of course, they agree to meet every 2 years. So the next one, I believe, will be 2027. And that would be the turn of the GCC. So we rotate between the two regions. At the same time, from what I understand, is that we agree to undertake a feasibility study on FTA between ASEAN and GCC.
I wanted to ask you about the free trade agreement. How is that progressing? I mean, how much of a priority do you, as ASEAN, see the free trade agreement with Gulf states?
Yeah, we like I said, we now have 7 bilateral FTAs. We mean ASEAN with China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, India, and Hong Kong, China. And we're just about to conclude our FTA negotiation with Canada, the first country in North America. And the GCC, we agreed to already undertake a feasibility study. We had done the pre-feasibility study before. So now we're doing this, and we believe that there are great potential in terms of getting this region-to-region FTA moving ahead. Because at the moment, we're also discussing this with the EU as well. We just had our 25th ASEAN EU ministry meeting, concluded just last month in Brunei, Jerusalem. So there's some good interest on both sides to look at a possible FTA between ASEAN and the EU. So I think it's important for us to bear in mind that GCC still offers great potential as well for cooperation.
Is it the case that following the shock of the tariffs imposed by the US affecting so many countries here in the Asian Pacific region, has that expedited ASEAN's interest in looking for strong strategic trade with other partners?
I don't think we can deny that. I mean, the fact that we had to keep all options open. And, we don't deal with one partner. ASEAN is famous for having many different partners. And I think that's the way to go, is to keep ourselves engaging with the existing partners, but also looking at new partners. And I think that's what we see. And that's why now we have more partners that wish to have formal partnership with ASEAN. I'm looking forward to upgrading our relationship with some of our partners. At the same time, this year is a very special year for ASEAN, as we are just about to commemorate our 50th anniversary of the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia. Mm-hmm. We have 58 high contracting parties already, more to come. And again, through this particular treaty, we have more partners through this, what we call the high contracting parties, which is very important for ASEAN as a region.
Well, looking ahead to the 60th anniversary, there's a lot on the agenda for ASEAN, and perhaps we will cross paths with ASEAN again during the next ASEAN GCC summit. We look forward to seeing how that relationship builds. General Kal Kim Eun, thank you so much for being with us here on Counterpoints on Arabiya English.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June, when the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin. So June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music. The music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer. C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Long. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying, or traditional, or even a ritual. But it's much more than that. We need it as it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet-Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with the spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. He doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk, because he was eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water.
Yeah.
One is something like lemon or Do this exercise, as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work.
Coloring pencil.
Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help, Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Alaa, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salaries, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Israel and Lebanon agree to implement a ceasefire, but Hezbollah refuses to participate. House Republicans join Democrats in a vote to limit Trump's war powers in Iran, but the president describes it as meaningless. And there's 1 week to go until the 2026 World Cup as the US, Mexico and Canada prepare to co-host the tournament despite previous political spats. Israel and Lebanon have agreed to implement a ceasefire following negotiations in Washington. In a joint statement released with the US, they said the agreement was contingent on a complete cessation of attacks by the Iran-aligned Hezbollah group. But Hezbollah has rejected the terms, calling the negotiations futile and humiliating for Lebanon. The terms are contingent on Hezbollah ending its attacks, Hezbollah to withdraw from south of the Litani River, creation of pilot zones under the control of the Lebanese army, US to improve capacity of Lebanese armed forces, and more talks planned with a view to reach a comprehensive agreement. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. Shane and Samantha, great to have you on the show with me. Shane, let me begin with you. I just talked through a little bit of those terms there, but can you go through them a little bit deeper for me and what they all mean?
Right. So I looked at the official statement that was put out by both sides. So it does say that a complete cessation is determined on a Hezbollah ceasing fire and evacuating what, as you said, the South Litani sector. So this is the area from the Israeli border up to the Litani River, and it's about 30 kilometers or 20 miles. So which is currently occupied by Israeli ground forces. So what the interesting part is that the US said that it's going to set up these pilot zones in which it says that the Lebanese armed forces will have exclusive control of the territory to the exclusion of all non-state actors, which implies Hezbollah has to move out of these pilot zones and also the Israeli ground forces. So that's quite interesting. And, we haven't got all of the details about how many of these pilot zones there is or how many there's going to be, but it does imply that when it says all non-state actors, that means it's only the Lebanese official government. Then the other interesting thing is that all parties have condemned Iran's attacks on countries in the region. And also it says that Israel and Lebanon have reaffirmed that there'll be no more hostile actions on either side. And also then, as you said, they're going to reconvene on June 22nd. So that's the points, but it doesn't. What I think is really interesting is that it said the relationship between Israel and Lebanon will be decided by the two sovereign governments, which obviously doesn't include Hezbollah. And as you said, they have come out and they called it futile and humiliating, and they've rejected it. While at the same time, we've got Israel, which has said that it's not going to withdraw the troops. And also, we have seen attacks, according to some media, we've seen attacks in the south of Lebanon. So to be honest, a lot of these issues, while it might have been agreed by the two sovereign governments, if Hezbollah don't back it, I don't really see how it can have much merit going forward.
And I think that is where we stand at the moment, Sam and Shane, is we can't divorce Lebanon from these talks, because we must just read out what Lebanon's Hezbollah chief did say today. As long as Israel is in Lebanon, the resistance will continue. And of course, these are interlinked to those talks between Tehran and Washington. And Tehran also wants a full withdrawal of Israel from Lebanon. So right now, it's a confusing picture. And also, those points that were brought up in that ceasefire agreement are still very vague. And Hezbollah is saying, unless Israel agrees a full withdrawal, we're not going to sign up to this, because in order for peace to happen, that is what needs to happen. But Sam, we need to have a look at how timely the ceasefire is for Benjamin Netanyahu, because he himself is losing significant favour inside of Israel due to these continuous attacks by Hezbollah.
Exactly, and particularly in northern Israel, polls suggest that his popularity is down, which isn't good for him. Also, generally in the country as a whole, he's been criticised for not standing up to Donald Trump and saying no, and representing his country as many of those in his party want him to. He's been criticised domestically at home from the Security Minister Ben-Gvir and the Defence Minister Israel Katz for not having this power towards the Americans and for not representing what he said he would do for Israel, which was defend them from anyone who was potentially going to attack them and pose a risk. And at the start of all this, he started this with Hamas in Gaza. There's fighting still going on. Israel bombed yesterday evening. He hasn't actually completed his mission there of obliterating Hamas. And now the same thing with Hezbollah. He's had to retreat and coordinate with this ceasefire, but actually that isn't what he said he would do. He said he would completely diminish Hezbollah, and that hasn't happened. And I think for those in Israel who have voted for him previously and stood by him, they wanted to see him carry out these actions, do what he said he would do, essentially. And of course, that tension between Trump and Netanyahu, highlighted earlier in the week from Trump's stream of consciousness on his social media posts, calling out Netanyahu as crazy, has put Netanyahu in a particularly difficult position at the moment. But when we look back in history and think of the UN 1701 resolution in 2006, where Hezbollah and Israel agreed terms, they've never really stuck to that ceasefire. There's always been tit for tat going on. It's continued. So this supposed ceasefire, even if Hezbollah agrees and gets on board, it's very fragile. And what it offers Netanyahu is the opportunity to hopefully gather momentum at home. And what he wants to do is seemingly go back out to war. It suits him to be at war in Lebanon, because later in the year he has a general election. And if he hasn't seen through on his promises, it's a weak position for him. And that's bad, because if he loses power, he'll then have to face these trials for corruption. So it would be a bad turnout for Netanyahu. So the overall position right now is he needs this war to continue.
Shane, your thoughts on that? Because Netanyahu, as Sam rightly says, he's got this ongoing corruption trial, and obviously that was paused due to the Iran war. We now see what's happening in Lebanon, Donald Trump putting real pressure on him to stop going further into Lebanon, to stop these strikes on Beirut. And as Sam rightly says, lots of people say Netanyahu actually wants a forever war to keep him in power and the right of his coalition happy.
I would agree with that it's beneficial for Netanyahu for the war to continue. But I think the problem is that the clash that we've seen between him and Trump earlier in the week, which has come out over this call, I think those are likely to escalate further, because not only is there an Israeli election coming towards the end of the year, we've also got the midterm elections in the US and already, I know in our next story we're going to talk about how, the American public are not behind continuing this war and going into this war. So I think the two leaders are going to have very opposing views. Benjamin Netanyahu is going to want to continue the war because that will advantageous for his re-election, while Trump wants to end it as soon as possible before the November midterm. So they're both going to be clashing. So I think those two opposing ambitions are going to see a lot of strife and probably a lot more difficult calls and fruitful language between the two leaders.
And it's also important to remember, we've heard from Hezbollah when it comes to Israel's presence in Lebanon, but also Iran's Revolutionary Guard has also been speaking and say the region will never be stable unless Israel withdraws from occupied areas in Lebanon. And Iran's Revolutionary Guard says ceasefire in all fronts, including Lebanon, was Tehran's initial condition for an end to the war with the US. So you see right now, Sam, just how crucial it is that Donald Trump does get Netanyahu on board so he can push over a peace deal, which he so desperately needs.
Absolutely. And the figures speak for themselves. There have been 3,500 casualties, deaths in Lebanon in such a short space of time, and something like 28 soldiers have died in Israel as a result of Hezbollah. Hezbollah have this tactical approach of going for like military infrastructure and where Israeli soldiers are, whereas Israel approach is targeting civilian infrastructure, which has been devastating for Lebanon, and it brings into question that possible ethnic cleansing idea from Israel to completely take the south of Lebanon was perhaps part of their greater plan. And Trump, back home, needs to get a grip of this. Americans can't really imagine what is going on. It's so far away from them, and yet all this money is being spent and life is getting more and more expensive. And politically for Trump, he can't afford any weakness, and as Shane highlighted, the midterms coming up later in the year, this is a moment for Trump to get things in line and look really positive and really align with his optimistic social media posts and show that he is in control and he can manage what's going on in the Middle East.
And I think also another government that's really under strain is the Lebanese government, because they are under so much pressure to get Hezbollah under control and to disarm Hezbollah. But Hezbollah is so knitted into the fabric of the political scene in Lebanon. And of course, also, if you put the Hezbollah army against the Lebanese army, many people would argue Hezbollah is far stronger. So it's an extremely difficult tapestry to try and unpick and look at, and that's why we've had decades of challenges in the country. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to a story which is related. The war in Iran has exposed divisions in Washington, with some members of Trump's own party joining the Democrats in an effort to rein in his military powers. The House has passed a measure calling for congressional approval before any further US military action. While the move is largely symbolic, it does reflect the growing political pressure on the White House as the conflict does drag on. Sam, when we look at this, this looks and sounds like a really bad news for Donald Trump's team and administration. But how much legal power does the House actually have?
Yeah, on face value, you'd think, right, big change is going to happen. But actually, politically in America, this is just symbolic. And it's showing the turmoil at home for Donald Trump. The House of Representatives have brought this about. It's been passed. There have been 4 Republicans who've jumped to the other side, who've stood up to Donald Trump, of whom he's criticised heavily and cited them as being unpatriotic. But
disloyal.
Right.
Shameful.
Right, right. Reminded me of my mum then for a minute. And then it's got to go through the Senate. And then ultimately they would have to take it to the Department of Justice to take on Donald Trump. So there's lots of political intricacies that would have to happen in order for something to change. But it's about causing action at home and getting people to take interest, especially the Republican majority, and showing that it's fractured, there's disagreements, and it's not as aligned as Donald Trump would like it to be going into the 250th anniversary of America, and then later in the year again those midterms.
And I find it interesting that in that social media post, Trump did say disloyal, and we know how important loyalty is to Donald Trump in the MAGA base, because he wants everyone to be loyal to him and to his decisions. So this must feel like a real kick in the teeth for President Donald Trump. So, Shane, we did see, as Sam Wright said, 4 Republicans cross the aisle, and they, of course, voted with Democrats. Who were they? And is this a sign that these big cracks are emerging in the MAGA base, which people have been talking about for time and time again?
Yeah, so this is the 4th time that this vote has come up. And like you said, there are 4 Republicans who sort of switch sides, you could say. So I had a look at the bio of all 4 of these. So one of them, Brian Fitzpatrick, would be kind of considered more, I suppose, moderate, and is the head of sort of some bipartisan caucuses. So then we have 2 more, Thomas Massey and Warren Davidson. They would be sort of classed as conservative, I would suppose. But then we get to the interesting one, which is Tom Barrett, who is from Michigan, and he would be considered more really aligned with the MAGA base and with Donald Trump and a faithful. So the fact that he has moved is quite significant, I think. And he was asked, there was a lot of reports and interviews with him today, and he was asked, was he worried about retribution from the President Donald Trump because of the way he's voted? And it's interesting that his quote was that I vote with my conscience and for what is right, and I'm willing to accept that. So I think the fact that he's then saying that this is what is right is not great optics for Trump. And as Samantha was saying, it probably won't really get very far, and it's quite symbolic. But I think it's just the optics of it, because it feeds into that. Nobody wants this war, and they want it to end quickly. We were saying about the midterms coming up, and there have been a lot of polls. The most recent one was the Wall Street Journal, which said that 60% of Americans oppose this war. So that poll shows that it can't just say that it's Democrats that oppose it, or it's it's left leaning or whatever. There's still a lot of the MAGA voters that would make up that 60%. And even a Reuters report said that 63% of voters who were polled said that is because it was impacting their household finances. So it basically comes down to basic. How is this impacting me? And Americans are saying that they don't want it. And now this is filtering through up into their representatives who are following suit. And so Donald Trump has to look at what does the public want, and now what do members of his party, and like I said, people like Tom Barrett, who are saying that this is the right thing to do, is not optics for the president.
Yes, I was going to add, I think also for those Americans who are politically savvy, they might remember when Barack Obama formed his nuclear agreement with Iran, and it was considered one of his greatest signature foreign policy achievements. That took 2 years of negotiations with long working days, with career-long technicians in post, enabling that to come about. And Donald Trump threw that out. He brought the US out of that agreement in 2018. And now America have gone to war due to the Iranian enrichment program, nuclear weapons in Iran. And where are we now? We seem so far away from that point. So for anyone who's actually followed this journey and has studied it historically, in the very not too far long ago, they will think, well, how on earth did this president achieve it? It took so long, and it was such a careful process. And here we've got this slip, slap, slosh, and I'm here in a 4 to 6 week war. But now we find ourselves in week 14, and it's still ongoing. And what actually has been achieved?
And I think, Shane, this is the big question, right? Because you talk about that agreement that Barack Obama signed. It took years. Trump pulled out of it in his first term. And I think a lot of the problem right now is Trump has to get a better deal than Barack Obama negotiated, because he has slated that deal time and time again. He said the whole deal was just basically rubbish. Iran was still enriching uranium at high levels, at high grades. And right now, the truth is the IAEA brought out a report today still saying we don't know where this 444 kilograms of enriched uranium at 60% is. And I think this is what's muddying the water. I think you've got a really good point, because, Shane, I don't know if you can reflect on this, but so many Americans, and I watch so many American commentators, they're saying no one really knows the reason why we went into Iran, and this still hasn't been made clear.
Yeah, I think so. And, I agree with what Samantha was saying there in terms of, like the length of time the Obama administration took. And I think the difference was in that case as well is that it had general international support, from the Europeans and, a lot of other countries. The problem with this war and generally the attempt to end it is that it was pushed in by the US, and it was, I think, the other allies, as he was saying, who didn't join the war. So it makes it look as if the US is going it alone and doesn't have international support, which is what the Obama administration has done. So it lacks credibility. And like I said, Donald Trump hasn't been able to sell it to the American public. So I think he is in a bit of a sticky situation, in the same way that I think he naively thought that he could solve Ukraine in 24 hours. He keeps constantly saying that the Iran war will be over soon. And I think it's sort of the president that cried wolf too many times.
Yeah, and it's absolutely fascinating, because if you listen to the IAEA speak, who of course were heavily involved in checking how much uranium was being produced in Iran, they say right now Donald Trump's trying to make a deal and we're not even at the table. How is that possible? We're the inspectors that will go in to look at what's happening and to monitor Iran. So that's not even on the table. So I think we're far away from reaching any sort of nuclear deal that President Barack Obama...
It's a long way down the table.
It's a long way down the table. And that's why when we look at this framework of the Memorandum of Understanding, the nuclear is not even on it. And I think a lot of that reason is it will take years to negotiate. But such a fascinating conversation when it comes to the War Powers Resolution, because even though it's symbolic, it still ties Donald Trump's hands, because people don't want the US to bomb Iran again, and that's quite clear, and we can see that from what was passed there. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now to another story. And the British Prime Minister has accused Elon Musk of whipping up division in the UK following the murder of Henry Novak. Protests erupted earlier this week after the sentencing of Henry's killer, who fooled police into believing he had been racially abused by Henry. Keir Starmer said Musk had been interfering in the case, and people must react calmly. Shane, this case has really torn the UK apart. Is keeping calm really enough to settle people's anger? And I think people just want answers. They don't want to say an investigation is going on right now, and that's all the government's telling them.
Yeah, I think like the whole sort of British keep calm thing isn't going to work. There's a lot of questions to be asked about the Henry Novak case. Just basically, it was a lack of common sort of police operations in terms of the guy had been stabbed numerous times, and when the police showed up at the scene, why they didn't use their basic investigative skills to acknowledge that, and it's just a massive scandal, and it's bad news for the police after a whole succession of recent scandals. And I think I would not be surprised if this is taken and used as, the UK's sort of George Floyd moment, and there's a lot of these tensions are going to escalate. And I think with the way the politics is in the UK at the moment in terms of reform and it's sort of the push to the right, and we've got this by-election coming up on the 18th of June, which is, going to be hugely significant, and Nigel Farage and Reform, and even now this Restore Britain, they are going to use this as a focal point to stir up their base in Makerfield on the 18th of June. So I think this is going to escalate and get worse and worse as it progresses. And they're focusing on issues of two-tier policing, anti-racism policies. So I think and which Labour is seen as weak on. So I think, coming back to your original point about Elon Musk, my feeling on Elon Musk is that he's all for freedom of speech and he can say what he likes. But I think the vast majority of Britons don't really take what he says seriously, and there has been polls that have shown this. About 71% of Britons don't really rate Musk. But interesting, when you look at it, he favours highly amongst Reform UK voters. But I think that is just because they agree with most of what he said. So it's sort of like an echo chamber. So I think, to be honest, we should eliminate what Elon Musk says. I think it's more what his opinions are more of a media obsession, while I think the general public don't really care what he thinks.
So, Sam, I want to talk to you because I'm listening to what Shane is hearing, but I'm also thinking about two-tier policing in the UK, and this has become something which is a really big conversation, and this is not the first time we've heard it. There was a grooming gang scandal in the UK, and two-tier policing came into that. Now we're seeing it again. You're from the area where that grooming gang scandal actually happened, and I wonder what your thoughts are behind what's happened, this awful, tragic story.
Yes, I'm from Lancashire, which is the northwest, where the grooming gangs took place over many years. During that time, Sir Keir Starmer was head of the Crown Prosecution Service, and this is where Musk has criticised him and said he should stand down as Prime Minister because he ultimately didn't oversee and see through that case when it was brought forward to police. As a British person, though, and that taking place from my home, it brings that sense of distrust in the police, and you just know that there are so many problems all over the country happening to all different kinds of people. And to explain this to our audiences, these were young girls, teenage girls coming forward, white teenage girls coming forward to police and saying, I've been drugged and raped and I can't find a way out and I'm being coerced and I have to go back and do it again and please can you... They were giving statements and they were just completely ignored over and over again. And they were ridiculed and called liars and they weren't believed. And Musk has called out Sir Keir Starmer for that. So they've met before on this kind of agenda. Musk has also commented on, we had racial riots in 2004 when there was a murderer called Ruda Kabanu who murdered children at a dancing club in the school holidays in broad daylight. I mean, the stories that come out of Britain connected to our police and then wider social services to try and protect the British public and manage potentially dangerous people, it's been quite devastating in terms of what the police are and how we feel policing is going. Even this week, we had Sarah Jones, our policing minister. She was really drilled on an interview live on TV about two-tier policing, which is actually part of policing policy. Would you believe it? That actually police officers are trained to approach a scene and consider the ethnicity of who is there. And she did admit eventually in that interview that it is wrong and needs to change. And so what has fueled the anger at home and has brought Sir Keir Starmer into depths of unpopularity that he probably just can't imagine right now is the Sikh ceremonial knife. How is it that can be carried? Because it is a knife. And then all of these problems that come in policing all over the country. As a woman in the United Kingdom, the Sarah Everard case was absolutely unfathomable. Wayne Couzens using his position as a former policeman to ultimately take Sarah's life. It's truly horrific, and there clearly needs to be a huge overhaul of the system. But there's a lot that needs to be done in the UK right now.
You know, the Sarah Everard case, I actually lived right near Sarah Everard, and I covered that case when I was a journalist in London, and that was a British police officer who kidnapped and murdered a young woman off the streets. I also wonder, Shane, you know, we talk about two-tier policing, and there's also racial bias training when it comes to the policing now in the UK, so they have to go through lots of different training. And I think a lot of police officers who are talking out are saying, we can't use our natural instincts when we go to a scene anymore. We've got so many boxes to tick. When we arrive at that scene, we have to figure out the racial element. We have to make sure that we're following diversity training. So we saw this poor boy, Henry, telling police, I've been stabbed. I cannot breathe. And he was completely ignored. But once again, the police officers are saying, we arrived there and we're just ticking all these boxes. And, you know, the instinct is just not there anymore.
Yeah, like just like for transparency, like I come from a long line of police officers on both sides of my family, so they're probably quite disappointed I went into journalism, but that's another day's story. But I think, yeah, you're right. I think police forces, I'm not massively familiar with the UK force. I know that even in Ireland, there is a case of that there is just too many restrictions and paperwork. And, you know, criminals have become wise in, you know, how the system works. And, you know, we saw in this example with Henry Novak, the way the person who had stabbed him was able to manipulate the system to their own ends. And even if you watch the video, you can see the guy just stands there while the victim that he has stabbed, he's made to see as the villain in the piece. But I think it's just a complete lack of basic detective skills, as I said at the start, that the guy who was stabbed was the one that was handcuffed. And, you know, there should be, that's what the real question that needs to be asked, is why the basic training of these police officers who were going out didn't see this and weren't able to pick up on it. And, you know, as when we were discussing earlier, there's just too many tick boxes. So, but I think there needs to be diversity training. I think that needs to be done, and we've seen that there was, you know, institutional racism from the Stephen Lawrence case, you know, decades ago. But, you know, it shouldn't be at a case where diversity strangles the actual ability for officers to do the basic job that they're supposed to be trained to do.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there. We're going to move on to another story now. And there's just 1 week to go until the 2026 World Cup, co-hosted by the US, Mexico and Canada. But political tensions between the three nations that include tariffs, drug trafficking and immigration have been bubbling under the surface. So can the next-door neighbours play nice in the name of sportsmanship? Sam, let's talk a little bit. I'm not very good on the World Cup, but I want you to tell me all about it. It's quite unusual for a tournament to be held in 3 different places. So why?
Yes, it's the first time the FIFA World Cup has crossed 3 countries. Mm-hmm. It was helpful towards the bid initially for North America to incorporate these 3 countries. It embraces the values of FIFA in terms of bringing people together in the spirit of sport and in the celebration of football. And that's really about it, because the United States does have enough stadiums and enough places to host football matches. But ultimately, it poses a real choice for the spectators, the tourists, where are you going to go, which match are you going to see, because cost-wise, going from Mexico to Canada and back to America to see everything in the tournament must be astronomical. But essentially, it's about a North America football event and celebrating these 3 countries in spite of political disagreements and unrest.
And in spite of ticket prices.
Right, that are
astronomical.
Unbelievably high. You'll be sure that Donald Trump will be at every important game going, especially for Team America. But 78 out of the 104 matches are taking place in the US. So it's just a small number in Canada and Mexico. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. We're almost we're less than 2 weeks out now.
I must admit, yes, we can all be very excited. I haven't got there yet. I don't actually watch football. It's the one sport that I'm not very good at. But I was excited that Shakira did the World Cup song, because I thought she did an amazing one when it came to the South African World Cup, the Waka Waka song. But shame, can politics be put aside to focus on the game of football? Because one thing I do know about is tariffs, beef with Canada, issues with Mexico. Donald Trump's got it all.
Yeah. I don't think politics can really, like sports and politics have never really been left at the stadium door. Like, how many times have we seen like rival countries playing matches and then we've seen riots in the stadium? So I think it's a little bit of a fairy tale to think that will happen. And we've already seen, like I said, there's not long to go to the start of the World Cup, and Donald Trump is already talking about tariffs again in terms of the European Union, Japan, and other countries which are going to be competing. And I think as well that it is ridiculous that it's spread across such a huge continent. And I think what we probably don't realize is that when all of these countries from all over the world that have been, impacted by tariffs and are going to be annoyed about the cost of these FIFA tickets, when they get into the stadium, I wouldn't be surprised if you see boos for President Trump. And, he's notoriously thin-skinned, so he's not going to be impressed with all of these foreign fans. And I know he is popular in different parts of the world, but I don't think it is popular around the world as he would like to think.
Who's the best team out of the three countries, the US, Mexico and Canada, Sam?
It's Mexico. They've always made it at least to the third round since 1994. So they're the strongest out of the three. Then America has a reasonably strong team, and probably Canada come at the bottom of those three, but everyone likes Canadians. So.
Yes, maple syrup also.
Yes.
But Shane, who do you think will win the World Cup? Because I had a look at some statistics.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Brazil has won the World Cup the most, apparently, which I didn't know. So Brazil's won the World Cup the most. What about who do you think might win? Argentina?
I don't know who's going to win, but I know I'll find out soon who I have in the sweepstake in the AGBI office. But I would like to see Congo win just because of, it'd be a nice fairy tale ending to the whole Ebola story.
Well, I'm going to call a final between Spain and Brazil, and I think Brazil will win again.
Sam's going for Brazil. Shane's going for Congo. I'm going for...
you got to go.
I don't know.
Saudi, you're in. You can go for Saudi.
I have no
the Green
idea.
Falcons, yeah.
Yes, there we are. Saudi Arabia, yes.
Well, I have to agree with what you're saying earlier. I think it's ridiculous that it's spread across a massive continent. And if you look at the next one that's coming up, it's Spain, Portugal, Morocco. But also there's matches in Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay. So that's just, I think, absolutely ridiculous. And I think like Qatar showed that they could squeeze all of the tournament into a small country, and we've got Saudi Arabia obviously coming up later on down. So I think in future, I think my World Cup interest peaked when Ireland played in Italia 90, which was a long time ago. And I think they should just have it in one country. Like it's not that difficult to do. And I think for the fans, it's better. It's, having all these fans flying all over a continent is not good for the environment, and jet fuel is so expensive at the moment. So I think FIFA need to get a grip and have it in one country in future.
Absolutely. There was a point there about sports sustainability.
Yeah.
And there is an agenda to reduce the carbon footprint of sports competitions. So Shane is absolutely right. FIFA, though, have said that they have an economic value here, and they want these countries in North America to be able to benefit economically from the Football World Cup. So that's their reasoning.
And I mean, let's just see what happens. Let's see how full the stadiums are. That's what I'm really interested to see, because the ticket prices are so crazy. So when it comes up, I'll definitely be watching for that. Now, it's that time of the show where Samantha and Shane have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Shane, yours is about YouTubers saving Hollywood. And I must admit, I love YouTubers. Who's saving Hollywood?
Yeah, so I think this is great. And I think it's one of the first times probably in a long time that if you look at the US box office at the moment, the number one movie at the moment is one called Backrooms, which is a horror, which was made for $10 million, and it made 81 in just the first few days of this first weekend, and was made by a director who was only 20. And then the second movie is another horror, and it's called Obsession, and that was made for less than $1 million, and it made 17. And also what is very rare is that in the weekends afterwards, it actually went upwards, which hasn't happened since 1982 when E.T. was out. And if you look at the third movie, it's the latest Star Wars, and the fourth one is the Michael Jackson movie. So I think people have talked a lot about, franchise fatigue, and there's no interesting movies anymore. So I think if the YouTubers can come along, make cheap movies that people will actually go and see and send them to number 1 and 2 in the box office, I think that is phenomenal, and it might just save Hollywood and movies, and we might have interesting movies again rather than men flying around in capes.
Very interesting, Shane. I thought you were going to talk to me about the makeup bloggers on YouTube, because that's what I watch, not the horror films. But anyway, moving on. Sam, tell us about your story, which is divorced parents who went viral at their daughter's wedding.
Yes, a clip has gone viral on social media of parents who are divorced arriving at the ceremony of their daughter's wedding to the song Taylor Swift's "We Are Never Ever Ever Getting Back Together." The parents, it was the mother's idea. She asked her daughter, "Is this appropriate? Can we all take it in jest?" And it was agreed. So everyone knew it was happening. They walked in, and the video footage shows mum and dad linking arms, walking into the song, dancing, having a good time. The spirit of a wedding. Everyone loves a wedding. And the clip was shared by the photographer of the wedding, has gone viral, so he's done very well out of this. But I just kind of liked it because, I mean, perhaps some of our leaders could learn something in diplomacy here. If this family can pull it together for a wedding, be happy, link arms and enjoy the day and enjoy the ceremony and the moment. It's always difficult, though, these divorce and separations, but it's nice to see a couple who've managed to perhaps co-parent in spite of being separated and going through a divorce. And it's nice that Taylor Swift is at the centre of it with her famous anthem.
I love that song by Taylor Swift. I also love Taylor Swift. I think it's a great thing for couples who have divorced, but they still have children. And obviously, your wedding day is your biggest day, isn't it?
And there's that whole thing that who's going to walk the daughter up the aisle and the top table and who's going to sit where. And I think sometimes it can just get awkward rather than be a celebration about the couple who are getting married.
No, I agree. Great stories. We're going to shake it off now because it's the end of the show. Thanks to our guests, Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. And it was his 40th show today, so I just want to thank Shane for doing 40 shows with me. And, of course, that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, amidst ongoing diplomatic efforts, we ask, is there any breakthrough in sight in the talks to end the war in Iran? And the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is warning of a risk of escalation in the Ukraine conflict. We'll be asking Professor Nina Khrushcheva, a historian and great-granddaughter of the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, what she thinks. And I'll be speaking to Cenk Uygur, the co-founder of the Young Turks, and asking why he and his nephew Hasan Piker have been barred from entering the UK. All of that to come in Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. More than 3 months into the Iran war, there are still big question marks over whether a ceasefire deal is any closer. Well, Washington and Tehran are sending out very different signals. President Donald Trump says that a firm agreement could be reached as early as this weekend. But Iran's foreign minister says there has been no significant progress in the talks. So despite ongoing diplomatic efforts, there is still no clear breakthrough in sight. Meanwhile, the truce between Israel and Lebanon remains fragile. The two sides announced a ceasefire on Wednesday and are due to meet again later this month on the 22nd of June. But despite the agreements, the violence has not completely stopped. Several people were reportedly injured in an Israeli drone strike on a vehicle just hours after the truce was announced. And earlier on, Hezbollah said that it had fired rockets at Israeli troops in southern Lebanon and launched drone attacks near the strategic Beaufort Castle. So while both sides have agreed to halt the fighting, events on the ground suggest the ceasefire remains extremely fragile. We're joined now by Matthew Breiser, who's a former US ambassador to Azerbaijan, who served under President Obama. He also served in the White House under President George W. Bush. He joins us today from Istanbul. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. In terms of the progress, I mean, difficult to see where we are right now. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Tehran has always maintained that a ceasefire in Lebanon is a condition for any peace deal with the United States. And, you know, there is some sign of progress from those US-mediated talks between Israel and Lebanon. Does that therefore give you optimism that we've made progress towards a wider conclusion, a wider deal to end the US-Israeli war with Iran?
For a chance to speak with you again. You know what? I'm an optimist at heart, but I'm not so optimistic in this situation for a couple of reasons. Number one, the Iranian side, through state-owned news agencies, is saying there is no progress. And in fact, as yesterday said that we've even stopped accepting the exchange of negotiation points via the Pakistanis from the United States. So, and just today, Foreign Minister Araghchi of Iran said, no, there's no progress. Number two, the reason I'm not optimistic is it's absolutely clear Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel wants to continue the war. Number one, because he wants to postpone his corruption trial. But number two, because politically in Israel, continuing this war in Lebanon and eliminating the Hezbollah threat, at least south of the Litani River, is very popular across Israel's political spectrum. He's got elections coming up in October, parliamentary elections, which could be sort of an existential political experience for him. And he has not only members of his opposition, but even his hardliners in his cabinet, Ben Gvir and Smotrich, who are attacking him for being a puppet of President Trump in agreeing to this ceasefire with Lebanon. So structurally, it doesn't look like there's much hope for this ceasefire to continue. You know, we know that there were exchanges of fire between Hezbollah and Israel today, but that doesn't mean that much because that often happens as a ceasefire is pending. But in terms of the broader agreement between Iran and the United States, I think Trump is eager, even desperate, for there to be an agreement. He made the very strange comment 2 days ago that he seems to have a good relationship with Supreme Leader of Iran, Mojtaba Khamenei, whom he's never met. And I think the Iranians kind of smell that blood in the water and are therefore not going to make any concessions when they feel that Trump is desperate.
Right. I mean, he suggested that he might even meet Iran's Supreme Leader, which would be quite the photo opportunity. He also said yesterday, I think in that same interview, where he made the comments about the Supreme Leader, that there might be progress or some sort of an announcement as soon as this weekend. I mean, a huge amount of optimism on his side, not so optimistic on the other side, as you said. And you're saying that his optimism comes from a place of desperation.
I think so, Tom. I think so. I mean, I'm running out of fingers. We all are on our hands to count how many times President Trump has said there's he expects the agreement within days and this coming weekend. He is boxed into a corner now politically, not only because the midterm elections to Congress are coming up in November, and not only because, I guess we might talk about this in a moment, now the House of Representatives, with report from 4 Republicans, has voted to order him to stop the war because he hasn't asked for congressional approval, but also because of international markets, global markets. Traders, investors, investment banks, they're all pointing to the fact that the prices of oil and refined products like gasoline and LPG and diesel may be approaching a huge inflection point of a massive increase. Now that, okay, not only is the Strait of Hormuz closed, but since the strait was shut down, there's been a large volume of oil on the seas in oil tankers waiting for delivery. There also have been buffers in terms of storage around the globe in many countries, and that's all now being consumed. And so we're getting to a point, if the strait doesn't open within just a couple of weeks, who knows exactly when, we could see a catastrophic increase in oil prices that could massively disrupt the global economy. And I think President Trump is worried about that.
Right, and this vote that happened in the House yesterday, which now needs to go to the Senate, I mean, President Trump can simply veto it, and many people have said it's therefore largely symbolic. But isn't that a bit of a gift to the Iranians by the House with these negotiations ongoing? Isn't that how they'll be able to perceive it? They'll perceive it as a victory, won't they?
Completely agree with you, Tom. Absolutely they will. And by the way, it appears that there are 50 votes now in the Senate, so including a bunch of several Republicans, to also vote against President Trump being able to continue this war. Chances are, I mean, the vice president would vote in, or not chances are, if there was a 50-50 vote, the vice president would cast the deciding vote, the 51st vote on behalf of the Republicans, and the resolution wouldn't pass into a law anyway, or the bill wouldn't pass into a law. But leave that aside. It doesn't even matter if it passes. What this shows is that in terms of President Trump's domestic political hold on the Republican Party, which has been ironclad, and he is, you know, in terms of his base, they will vote for him forever, the 36% of Republicans who are his core base. But other Republicans, not just independent U.S. voters, but other Republicans are starting to oppose President Trump's actions. There are other things that have happened in recent weeks as well that show that. And for President Trump, this is devastating. It's not so much whether or not he's able to continue prosecuting this war. It's that as he looks to his legacy, to the end of his second and therefore final term under the U.S. Constitution, his way to remain relevant in the United States and to exert tremendous political power is to retain control over the Republican Party. And that now, because of this war largely, may be melting away.
So what did you read into all the leaks that came out of the Axios, you know, that were reported by Axios of that telephone conversation between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu? What was that designed to show us? Was it perhaps a presidential effort to show the American people that it's he who calls the shots, not the Israeli Prime Minister? What was all that about?
I think that's definitely part of it, Tom. I mean, again, as you said, I served 4 years in George W. Bush's White House on the National Security Council staff. If a presidential phone call's details were leaked and the president didn't want that, there would be a massive bit of pressure coming down, including up to the point of being legal and even maybe prosecutions. Again, an unauthorized leak is a very serious issue in the White House. So obviously these details were leaked intentionally. Yes, it has to be that President Trump wanted to put pressure or wanted to show the American voters and his colleagues in the Republican Party that he's not being pushed around by Prime Minister Netanyahu. And recall, Tom, shortly after the U.S. launched the war along with Israel on February 28th of this year, Secretary of State Marco Rubio amazingly said that, well, the U.S. launched the attack because it knew Israel was about to attack Iran, and the U.S. didn't want to be sort of left behind in a disadvantageous position when Iran would retaliate. So that was a remarkable admission, or at least a statement that Israel was pulling President Trump along by the nose to start this war. So now President Trump, I think, yes, as you said, wants to show, no, he's calling the shots. But on top of that, I think he wants to apply pressure to Prime Minister Netanyahu. And simply as a normal human being, my guess is President Trump is angry in that these opposition leaders and even members of Netanyahu's own cabinet have been criticizing Netanyahu for being pressured by President Trump and being Trump's puppet. If I were President Trump, I'd be angry, thinking there is no way Israel could, not only could it conduct the war against Lebanon, but protect itself with all the billions and billions of dollars in U.S. military and financial assistance that goes to Israel. So probably President Trump is also personally piqued.
Okay, I mean, clearly this year a very important year for both men, politically speaking. I mean, do you think this war in Iran is going to turn out to be something that both men perhaps regret for the rest of their political lives?
I think probably Netanyahu won't regret it. I mean, he would regret it if he was compelled by President Trump to back down and then was attacked across the political spectrum in Israel for being President Trump's puppet. But otherwise, I think Netanyahu looks at least the war against Lebanon or against Hezbollah, I should say, in Lebanon, as a positive, as a winner. President Trump is the opposite. The primary reason why President Trump was elected the second time was twofold. One, he said that he would reduce inflation. And two, he said he would keep the U.S. out of forever wars. So now he's gotten the U.S. into another war, or Middle East wars. He's gotten the U.S. into another Middle East war. And because of that, inflation has shot up in the United States States and globally. So President Trump he's starting to be viewed, I think, in Republican and independent political circles as having gone back on his promises. And I think people are looking at it as sort of crazy that he ever thought he could receive the Nobel Peace Prize, I mean, within U.S. politics. So I think he is going to regret this war, especially if you look at what we got out of this. Thousands of deaths in Iran, all the domestic political and economic consequences I mentioned for the United States, a potential global economic crisis, and now the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which had never happened in recorded human history. Iran never dared to do it. And what is he going to get out of that? Maybe a return to negotiations, so to the starting point before February 28th, in terms of trying to limit Iran's nuclear enrichment program. It's a colossal defeat, for sure the worst U.S. foreign policy defeat since the second war in Iraq.
Right, and Iran absolutely adamant to show to the United States, to Israel and to the world that everyone will be worse off than they were at square one, say at the end of February, than they will be when this comes to an end. I mean, here we are. The war has been rumbling on for more than 3 months now. It doesn't sound, from anything you've told me, that you think a satisfactory, viewed from the United States point of view at any rate, solution will be found anytime soon.
No, I don't think there will be a satisfactory solution, at least from the perspective of President Trump's goals, right? First, the goal was you have help on the way. Iranian protesters were coming. That goal is out. Then destroying Iran's missile capabilities and its ability to manufacture them. Now we see Iran has retained a lot of its missiles and is still able to manufacture them. There was destroying the Iranian Navy. Okay, that was accomplished. And there was ending the Iranian nuclear program. No, he said he had obliterated it last June, and now apparently there's much more work to be done on that. So none of those goals were achieved. Now we've got the Strait of Hormuz closed as well. So it looks like simply there's no progress that's been made on any of the U.S. objectives, and in fact, we've moved backwards. So I think that's all arguing for the United States to recalibrate and redefine what its goals are. I think he's trying to do that by saying that, well, as long as we have negotiations for 60 days on Iran, maybe giving up its enriched uranium program, and then maybe we recover the 400 kilograms of enriched uranium that was buried, and if the Strait of Hormuz reopens, that's a victory. But if you're paying attention as an American, you know that's not a victory, because all it does is it restarts the clock where we were before the February 28th attacks on Iran happened, in terms of trying to get back to the negotiating table on uranium. Now, having said that, and this is my last point, I think there could be common ground on the uranium. On February 27th, we'll recall that the foreign minister of Oman, who was mediating between the United States and Iran, said that there was a breakthrough in the talks, that Iran had agreed to curtail its uranium enrichment program and to dilute its remaining stocks of enriched uranium. That was indeed a major concession by Iran. I think that Jared Kushner, the mediator, and Steve Witkoff, the other U.S. mediator, didn't understand how significant that was. They didn't have technical support with them. And now maybe in hindsight, they'll see that, wow, if we could get Iran to agree to that again, we could declare a victory.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Kushner, I mean, we've been speaking about him already this week in the context of Ukraine and Steve Witkoff as well. I mean, they've got a lot of unfinished business around the world, haven't they? And they don't seem to be able to get any deals across the line. Why do you think that is?
Well, if I were, as a former professional diplomat, trying to close a major real estate deal in Manhattan, I think I'd have no chance of succeeding. I don't know how commercial real estate works in Manhattan. Similarly, two commercial real estate developers, they don't know anything about how diplomacy works, how wartime mediation works, how all the technicalities of arms control and nuclear weapons. They shouldn't be expected to know those things. They should have with them, if they're the brilliant negotiators that President Trump believes they are, fine, but they have to have technical experts with them to advise them in a situation like I mentioned on February 27th, where the Omani mediator says, hey, this is a real breakthrough by the Iranians in terms of concession. And the U.S. side's conclusion, because they don't understand what happened, is that, no, it's not. This just shows that the Iranians aren't serious about ever curtailing their uranium enrichment programs, because they're convinced they must have nuclear weapons. That was a fatal mistake based on pure ignorance, rather than a lack of negotiating capabilities. I'm sure Mr. Kushner and Mr. Witkoff are amazing commercial real estate mediators, but they don't know how to end a war.
Okay, just lastly, very briefly, I mean, obviously the Iraq war haunted the Bush administration and still does to some extent. It haunted the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, as well. Is this war in Iran going to be President Trump's Iraq war equivalent?
I don't think so, because President Trump wants to get out, to his credit, right? He doesn't want to occupy Iran. He doesn't want to rebuild it. He doesn't want to pump hundreds of billions of dollars into it and try to change the nature of Iran and its regime. He wants to get out. And so I think he still can. If he can simply declare victory and let the Iranians claim that they had a victory too, and get the U.S. military out of there, get the strait open, get the global economy back towards stability, I think this Iran war debacle will be forgotten. But the one thing to keep in mind is that now the genie really is out of the bottle in terms of Iran realizing it can, anytime it wants, threaten to and even close the Strait of Hormuz, which, as many Iranian national security officials have said recently, is better than 10 atomic bombs in terms of geopolitical influence.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Matthew Breiser, former US ambassador to Azerbaijan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, it is Thursday today, so it is time for us to reflect on what's been a typically busy week in US politics. And this week, to discuss all the latest developments, I'm joined by the Republican strategist and lawyer Amanda Mackey, who joins us this week from Washington. Welcome to you, Amanda. We're also joined by Jill Rubin, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under the Obama administration. Both of you joining us this week from D.C. Very warm welcome to you both. I want to start by asking you about Wednesday's vote in the U.S. House, which is seeking to order the withdrawal of American troops from the Iran war. Now, 4 members of the majority GOP joined Democrats on Wednesday in backing the measure, which passed 215 votes to 208. It's now going to head to the Senate. President Trump clearly angered by that. He called the whole vote unpatriotic. Joel, we haven't spoken for a while. Why don't I start with you? Does this vote change anything, or is it more symbolic than anything else?
Well, Tom, my work when I was at the State Department, I was the liaison to the House of Representatives. And so most of what the House does is symbolic. But I have to say, in this case, it is pushing forward legislation that the Senate will likely have to take up because it's a privileged resolution. So it goes to the floor immediately. It's got special status under the War Powers Act. And if it does pass, it's very narrow. If it does pass the Senate, it will go to the president's desk, and that's going to require him to veto it, which he likely will. And so in that case, it goes beyond symbolism. Then it is actual policy. And then the president really has to do what I believe he has not been able to do, or has chosen not to do effectively, which is to communicate why we're in the war and what the goals are and what the measurable achievements need to be for this to be deemed a success. And the vote yesterday, clearly only 4 Republicans joined, but there's a lot of unhappiness, frankly, and Amanda knows this better than I do, but within the Republican coalition about the war. And I think the vote reflects the broad national mood that the war doesn't need to restart, and that's why we saw the vote yesterday.
Okay, Amanda, you and I have talked a lot about this war, and just to remind our viewers, I believe you're born in Iran. You've got Iranian heritage. Do correct me if I'm wrong. I sometimes do get my facts wrong. You were born in Tehran. President Trump obviously angered. He calls all this unpatriotic precisely because he says it comes right in the middle of negotiations with Tehran. But I mean, people could argue, couldn't they, that those negotiations have been going on for a very long time. Is this really the middle?
Right. Well, the president is trying to obviously make this happen without having to engage with boots on the ground. And that's understandable. And that's certainly the goal for everyone. No one wants to see war. But, yesterday's vote, largely symbolic. The Senate's version will have teeth, if you will. But of course, as Joel said, the president can veto that. So really what this is, though, is dominating the headlines for probably the next 24 to 48 hours of Republicans bucking the president on for Republicans bucking the president on a war powers resolution, basically saying you didn't come to Congress within the 60 days to get the authorization and approval, and you're required to do that. If you look at the statements put out by all four of the members of Congress, and they come from really various political parts of the Republican Party. So some are, very conservative, libertarian. Some are known to buck President Trump. Some are from areas where Obama won those districts. And so they're varied, but there's one common theme. You have to come to Congress for approval. And that's where I think you're going to see more Republicans say the same thing. Why? Because they're all up for re-election. Every single one of those House members, every single Republican is up for re-election in November. And whether or not President Trump is on the ticket, everything President Trump does is an implication for Republicans. And so they're trying to protect themselves. I think if this vote comes up again, you're going to see more defections by Republicans because it is very hard. It is, economically been challenging with gas prices, fertilizer. They've cited these in their press releases. The bottom line is it has been painful. President Trump wants more time. He's given the Iranians more time. So you can see both sides of this, but certainly Republicans who are running for their seats in November want to be able to say, I did not support this.
Okay. Yeah, and can I add, Tom, I just want to piggyback one more thing on what Amanda said, which is the president now finds himself in a political quagmire in many ways of his own making right now, because he needs to explain to the American people about what it is that he's trying to achieve. And I've advocated to Democrats, now's your chance to lay out forward a military action. They just want to promote the anti-war resolution. I think that there's an opportunity here to lay out a vision that's not being taken by Democrats. But for the president, he has to lean into the politics. He can complain about this being a vote during wartime all he wants, but that doesn't answer the mail. It doesn't answer to constituents about why we're in military action. And I think that's why we're seeing the political support collapsing around him.
Right. And Joel,
one thing.
Okay, go ahead.
On that note. So what I do think is really important, and I've said this from the beginning, the top diplomat in this country, Marco Rubio, is a colleague of every one of those senators and certainly got their support by a very wide margin. And I think it is really important that Marco Rubio is the face of this and is explaining why we're having to engage, what the Iranians have and haven't done, how they've moved the goalposts. This is extremely important. And Marco Rubio is a fantastic communicator. He is very persuasive and he's very educated on exactly what to say. He's the best person to be the front man for this. So my hope is that the administration uses Marco Rubio to effectively communicate, as Joel said, to members of Congress why we are there and how much longer, and really understanding why we're in this position because of what the Iranians have and have not done.
Okay, well, since we're talking about Marco Rubio, President Trump has also mentioned Marco Rubio as being someone who, if his name was on the ticket in 2028 together with J.D. Vance, would be sure to win. Joel, what do you think of that? Because, this war, if it goes on for much longer, doesn't it risk damaging both men's chances?
The Kremlinology of who's on first in this case. The president apparently is floating out to his close associates about who do they like, who would be better. I think for J.D. Vance, there's actually a bigger risk, quite frankly, because much of his brand has been about being anti-war and having the United States not get into more Middle East conflicts. And here he is now essentially advocating for it. This kind of pollutes his brand within the base of the Republican Party, that would always support him. I do think that this also opens up a bit of a wild card scenario. The conventional wisdom is that the vice president must follow the president as the next nominee. But winning is more important than conventional wisdom. And if people feel like Marco Rubio, as an alternative name, brings more to the table and can build a broader coalition that can get him to victory, you're going to see some shifting going on. So I think this is, for, as Amanda pointed out, a very, for both candidates, a very perilous moment. But there's more risk for Vance because he's losing potentially a lot of his actual image within the Republican Party as being someone who's anti-war.
Okay, Amanda, just before we move on to our next topic, your thoughts, 2028, how it's shaping up. I mean, is it a Vance-Rubio ticket?
Well, it was interesting because at the State of the Union, the president actually recognized Marco Rubio. Certainly, the president doesn't love to share the stage with anyone else, but I think the fact that he did that with Marco Rubio, and it's crazy to think that 10 years ago, these two were sparring over who had bigger hands, and now they're in this position of, it's almost like Marco Rubio's like his golden child, and certainly Marco Rubio's done an incredible job. He wears many hats. We've all seen the memes online about Marco Rubio wearing various outfits to, basically appease the president for everything that the president wants of him. So he certainly is someone who really, he's the bright spot in this administration, in this cabinet. He's done a phenomenal job. And I think that he has an upper hand if it comes between him and J.D. Vance.
Okay, thanks for that. Let's move on. We've had an interesting acid test in California, with voters this week going to the polls to whittle down a pretty crowded field of candidates vying to succeed Gavin Newsom as the governor of California. He, of course, can't run again. Joel, I mean, is California on track, do you think, to have its first Republican governor in 15 years?
No, the numbers just aren't there. They're not available for Steve Hilton to take the win, but he did come in first in this primary. And for the viewers out there, California's got a unique system in the country. They call it a jungle primary. Everybody is on a ticket in the primary. Democrats and Republicans all competing, and the top two vote getters become the general election candidates in November. And so there will be one Democrat and one Republican, and it doesn't really matter what the name is. It's going to be the Democrat and Javier Becerra in this case. But it does point to an inherent weakness in the candidate quality, I have to say, amongst Democrats in California after Gavin Newsom. He did not appoint a successor. Kamala Harris was seen as potentially the person who would run. She bailed out and didn't do it. We had Eric Swalwell and his scandal. He was a candidate. Katie Porter, a congresswoman, tanked, and she was seen as a viable candidate. And it took a major effort to get Becerra to win. I should also mention Tom Steyer spent over $200 million of his own money and did not come in the top two, and so he's out. And so Californians overall are unhappy with what they're getting at their government level. I think Becerra is an accomplished individual. We'll see what happens when he wins and after he once he takes office. But this really was not an election of soaring aspirations for Democrats in California. Okay, Amanda, your thoughts? I mean, it was apparently one of the most expensive gubernatorial contests in history. Any indicators from California or elsewhere in the US, for that matter, as to how things are shaping up with the clock ticking ahead of the midterms?
Well, I think if you've been following social media, you've seen, a lot of these ads that the mayoral candidate on the Republican side in Los Angeles has been running, and it has really sparked the imagination and creativity of AI to a really interesting point in politics where we haven't seen before. Does that mean that the mayoral candidate who's Republican or the gubernatorial candidate who's also Republican can win? Look, California is in shambles. And I think that Californians are tired of it. And maybe that's a reflection of the caliber of candidates, as Joel was talking about, on the Democrat side, because they do see this as a lost cause. I can't imagine why Kamala Harris wouldn't have run for this other than she didn't want another loss. California is it's so different than the way it was 30 years ago. And so I think Republicans do see an opportunity. Is it likely? Hard to say. I don't know California politics well. And apparently, just as a sign of how poorly California is run, we still don't even have the numbers in yet. And it's going to take like weeks for them to get all the votes in. So it's just hard for me to say, not knowing California politics well. But I know that Californians are really tired of the leadership that they've had that's failed them.
Yeah, I was going to ask what takes so long to deliver a result, but we're going to have to move on to our next topic. The former First Lady...
Pigeon voting, sorry.
Pigeon voting, yeah. A lot of in-post postal votes.
No.
The former First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, has written a book, a memoir entitled View from the East Wing, and she's also been talking about her time in the White House on television. I'd like to start by asking you, Joel, what stood out for you in what she's been saying and what she's written?
I mean, look, Jill Biden is a beloved figure. She was always seen as an excellent First Lady when in office, and the risk here is that she wrote a book now that could damage that reputation. I think that she's achieved that goal. What is happening right now is she's talking about the single worst moment of Joe Biden's political life, and frankly, as a Democrat, a moment of horror for those of us who are watching the debate with Donald Trump in 2024, when the President Biden just basically froze on camera and failed in that debate, and that led to his withdrawing from the race. And, you know, she basically said, I thought he was having a stroke on the stage, and then he wasn't. And then what happened next? Well, she said, keep going, and he's fine, and no visits to the hospital. And it reopens a wound in the Democratic Party and nationally, I would hope as well, because he was the president of the United States, that really has not healed even, and that is creating more fissure and confusion rather than less. And I wish she had said essentially, this was a moment where he should have stepped aside. This is what I was doing. Or he stayed in, and I believe this is why he should have stayed in. She said he could win again. I have to add this. The idea that he could win again means that he would be in office now, and he's now suffering from severe colon cancer and is very weak and can barely do anything, according to her statement. So it really is a bad look overall, and I really feel for Joe Biden as a person, that he has this dynamic around him of people sort of like profiting off of his name at a certain point, rather than taking care of him and letting him finish his final years in a way that reminds us of the good of his 50 years of public service.
Yeah, I think it's prostate cancer that he was diagnosed with.
Thank you.
Amanda, I mean, what are your thoughts about that book? I mean, would you agree with the opening statement that Jill Biden was a beloved First Lady? And do you agree that this has, in fact, turned out to be a disservice, writing this book, to her husband's party?
I do agree it's a disservice to the Democrats. I'm pretty sure they don't want to keep rehashing a really bad incident that really led to not only the demise and kind of the apparent weakness, failings of Joe Biden that we all knew, but that was all being covered up. You know, Jean-Pierre, I can't remember her name, the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, she, you know, was every day covering up for the president. Jill Biden covering up for the president. It's just a lot of cover-ups. I guess that's the way that a lot of Republicans would view this, is that Jill Biden was part of this, his press secretary was part of this, arguably his staff was part of the cover-up.
Okay, but Amanda, to be fair, I mean, if he had cancer, I mean, couldn't that explain the whole thing? And it wasn't detected either. Couldn't that explain why he was, you know, really slowing down in quite such a major way?
Well, they were all saying there's nothing to see here when there clearly was, and that you know, all was on front and center during that first debate that ended with Joe Biden exiting the race and Kamala Harris entering, and we all know how that ended. So anyway, the bottom line is that I don't think that Jill Biden has a lot of credibility, because there is a little bit of a perception in this town, for those of you who are old enough to remember the movie Weekend at Bernie's, where they tend to prop up these people. You know, Strom Thurmond, senator from South Carolina, was one of them. And they just prop these people up for their own personal gain. And it's really heinous to see that Joe Biden had to be propped up by his family for whether it's financial power, whatever it is. And Jill Biden was a part of that. She was part of the cover up. And I think that's what's really disgusting about this.
I will say,
and then her profiting off of this by writing a book, it just kind of icing on the cake.
20 seconds.
Apologies to interrupt. I will say there's a cautionary tale here now as well for for this current White House and President Trump, and sort of releasing his health records at midnight on a Friday night, and we haven't seen him for a week in public. And you know, we learned the hard way on the Democratic side, and we're still suffering for it without a doubt. And I agree with what Amanda said. But, you know, having another 80-year-old in the White House doesn't exactly inspire confidence that we have, that we know exactly what's going on with our leader's health.
OK, well, I'm going to have the last one because he's not 80 yet. He's got 10 more days to go until he turns 80. I've checked his birthday, 14th of June. Thank you so much. Joel, you've had the last word. In fact, you had the first word as well. I'm sorry to you, Amanda Mackie. You're a regular on the programme. I hope you'll forgive us. Amanda Mackie, great to have you with us. Joel Rubin as well. Thank you very much indeed to you both.
Thanks.
And now turning to the war in Ukraine, and Kyiv is continuing to ramp up its long-range attacks. A Ukrainian strike has killed at least 3 people in Crimea. That's according to the region's Moscow-backed authorities. Well, the attacks come just a day after Kyiv targeted energy and military sites in St. Petersburg, and also as Russia hosted its flagship economic forum there. Well, the latest strikes highlight Ukraine's growing ability to hit targets deep inside Russian territory. That's a development that is raising concerns in Washington. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has warned there is a real risk of the conflict escalating further as both sides continue to intensify their attacks. Well, we're joined now by Nina Khrushcheva, who is a professor of international affairs at the News School in New York City. She's a Russian author, a historian, and the great-granddaughter of the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev, who was in power for a decade, straddling the 1950s and the 1960s. And, Professor, I was just reminding myself, Nikita Khrushchev, of course, famously denounced his predecessor Stalin. He oversaw what he called the de-Stalinization of the USSR, and he presided over the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, things I had to remind myself of, just reminding our audience there. Professor, I want to start by asking you, in March of this year, your name appeared on the Kremlin's list of foreign agents. I wondered if you could tell us why that happened.
Well, thank you. Why? I don't know. You need to ask the Russian authorities. I am on that list. I'm a number 1,162. So you can imagine there's all these people before me probably asking the same question as to why they are declared essentially enemy of the people, enemy of the Russian Federation. Well, in my case, I assume is because I do analyze Russian politics. I criticize the war in Ukraine. And that is probably enough to be on a kind of foreign agent hit list for the authorities. So here I am.
Did you get any warning before you were put on that list?
No, it's interesting. You don't get any warnings. Actually, in fact, I got a letter, but it was about 10 days after the fact. The way you find out is when all international and national media starts calling you and asking you, what do you think about this? It's like, oh, interesting. So here I am, finally made it. But I'm grateful that it took them about 4 years since the war began. I could have been declared that right from the beginning, but I guess they waited. Russian state is very symbolic. They're big on symbolism. In February 26th, so this year, you mentioned Khrushchev presided over de-Stalinization, so it was the 70th anniversary of the secret speech in which he denounced Stalin. So in March, I became a foreign agent. So this is kind of probably not a coincidence, because there's no really room for de-Stalinization in current Russia, and so they decided that even the name formally belonging to the Kremlin should not be stopping them from attacking its critics, and I am one of those critics.
You're one of those critics, and you live in the United States, where I gather you've been for around 35 years now. I mean, would you now be able to go back to Russia, given that you're on that list, or would that be ill-advised?
Well, I mean, I've been ill-advised to go there right from the beginning of the war, because a lot of people left and didn't go back, and so I did go back and spend time there, which was amazing, just to see what's happening in Russia and how the society changes with the war. But, you know, something that probably a bit of a misconception in particularly Western understanding of it. There's a lot of foreign agents who are there. I mean, not every foreign agent left, and not every foreign agent doesn't go back and forth out of the country and back into the country. So being foreign agent in itself is not precluding you from being in Russia at all. And so I guess I will go unless I decide otherwise.
But looking at what's happened to outspoken Kremlin critics, and the list is quite long, I mean, wouldn't you fear for your safety going back?
Well, as I said, there's a lot of foreign agents who are Kremlin critics who are currently in Russia. So, I mean, they fear for themselves, and yet they're there. So why am I worse than they are, or better than they are?
Tell me, we're going to talk about lots of things. I want to ask you about your great-grandfather, Khrushchev. You've got some memories of him, I gather. What was he like?
Well, I mean, these are childhood memories, so they're really, I'm an adult person. I'm almost an old person now, so talking about childhood memories is a bit, I find always unbecoming, because you're an old woman and suddenly you talk about when you were a little girl at the age of 6. But they were lovely memories. In fact, he was a very wonderful grandfather. In fact, he was my absolutely favorite of all the grandparents, because he was sort of happy-go-lucky with us, with the children, and he would let us, I don't know, jump on couches and misbehave, and just saying, well, they're children, that's what they're supposed to do. While, for example, my sister and I, we had a very strict, very firm and very strict mother, and so she would always upset when we misbehaved. Grandmother Nina was also very strict, but grandfather was wonderful, and so these are my memories. And in fact, my memories in many ways helped me analyze him as a political figure, because he was very public, what we call a populist leader. And at home, he was also quite populist, so he wanted to please his audience, and we were children and we were one of his audience.
You sound quite nostalgic there, talking about your childhood, which is quite understandable. Are you nostalgic for the USSR, and do you think people in Russia today are nostalgic for that chapter?
I'm not nostalgic about my childhood. I'm, like many people who have good childhood, they remember it with good memories. So that's what it is. No nostalgia there, because clearly you cannot turn back the clock, and not that I want to. No, I'm not nostalgic for the USSR, and I find it a bit of a strange question, actually, for you to ask. I mean, in fact, I moved to the United States for graduate school when it was still the Soviet Union. I mean, if I were that nostalgic and that missing it, I wouldn't have done it. And since then, for 35 years, as you mentioned, I've lived here, going back to Russia very often, doing a lot of work about Russia. But I am a cosmopolitan, as it were. So the Soviet Union was part of, it was Russian history. It was my adulthood. But in fact, during Perestroika, after he took over the Kremlin, became the General Secretary of the Communist Party in 1985, and sort of started liberalizing the state. He was saying, this is a free country now, you do whatever you want to do. And you may remember that many republics, now countries, decided that they are going to fall off the Soviet Union and become their own independent countries. They should be very grateful to him. I mean, particularly the Baltic states, who declared their independence first, very quickly, sort of by the end of Perestroika. And for people like me who grew up in the Soviet Union, who wanted to see the world, who actually studied English from age 5, that was a wonderful moment. We could choose our own life. And so in this sense, I'm very grateful to him, because he liberated the Russians and other nations within the Soviet Union from the straitjacket of socialism. And that's how I look at the Soviet Union. It was part of history, and then it stopped being part of history, and countries became independent. And I wish they would feel more grateful, in fact, to Gorbachev, because he could have helped them. In fact, he told me that amazing story before, well, not before, right before he died, because I've known him for, I used to know him reasonably well. And so he was telling me in '89, when the Berlin Wall was falling, he got phone calls from the leaders of the Soviet bloc saying, "Oh my God, you need to send tanks to Berlin." And he said, "No, I promised Helmut Kohl, Chancellor at the time, German Chancellor at the time, that he was not going to do it, and he was not going to send tanks." And this is really the most amazing moment for Russian politics, because often the Kremlin leaders send tanks in order to bring back those countries that don't want to be part of them, with them, to send tanks to convince them that it's great to go back to the Russian fodder. And so Gorbachev didn't do it. And that's how I look at it. I think it was a great moment for the Soviet Union.
Let's look at the present day, particularly Ukraine, which is somewhere that Nikita Khrushchev had strong ties to. I gather he spent quite a lot of time there. What do you think he'd make of President Putin's efforts to retake territory that was once Soviet?
I don't know. I mean, I would imagine he would be very upset that Ukraine is being bombed. He would think, and once again, I always find very difficult to answer this question, what would he? I don't know. He's been dead for many, many years, so how do we know what he would have thought? But potentially, he would think that he helped rebuild Ukraine after World War II, after 1945, after actually 1943, when Ukraine was liberated, and he was part of that liberation from the Nazis. And so suddenly Moscow is bombing Ukraine. It would be a shock for him. On the other hand, he was a Soviet leader. As a Soviet leader, the Kremlin comes first in many ways. And so he may think, well, if there is no other choice, we would do it. But probably unlikely still. I mean, it is a possibility, but unlikely. Stalin has come back as a great example for leadership in Russia today. That certainly would not be welcomed by Khrushchev. He would say, I left you such a great anti-Stalin legacy, and look what you've done. I left you Kiev and Ukraine in great shape. Look what you've done. So probably he would be very critical, but I wouldn't discard the idea that he may say, well, Kremlin comes first and we need to do whatever we need to do.
Okay, so in today's Russia, do you think the people will regard President Putin as being something of a hero if he manages to bring about a conclusion to the war in Ukraine that ends up returning, as he would see it, Crimea, which is already annexed, and the entirety of the Donbass to Moscow's control? Do you think that will translate into history looking back favorably on President Putin and what he did?
I think Putin thinks that. I think that's why he's pushing for Donbass, because that was a promise, and so that in his view needs to be kept. I don't think that Russian people really care. Most of the Russian people, not all Russian people, but most of the Russian people don't care. They didn't want this war. It's always, it was important for me to be there to witness that. It was a mistake to think, oh, Russians support the war. Potentially 20%, maybe 25% really wanted it. The rest were very much against it, or about 50% were just saying, leave us alone. We don't want to have anything to do with that. So they sort of agreed. They didn't agree with the war. They agreed with Putin fighting the war. I don't know. I mean, the war is, they call it a special military operation. When you have an operation, it has to be brief. It cannot last for 4.5 years. It cannot really result in, an economic forum is happening in St. Petersburg, and yesterday, the first day of the forum, there were giant attacks by drones. There was, the planes were held the transportation had problems, the communication had problems, and everything else. So this really should not be after 4.5 years. This cannot be the result of that the beginning of that special military operation, and so people feel more and more upset by it and very angry, because now at the beginning the idea was that it's going to be quick and then we're going to be victorious and everybody would respect us and you will have life the way it is, and that now life is not the way it is, and yet people are encouraged to consider more of their involvement in the war, which they didn't want to be involved in the first place. So I think Putin is not in good position right now. It doesn't mean that this position may not change, but for now he had a great opportunity to end the war with Donald Trump last year from March to August, really being involved in it, giving Putin all the opportunities. Putin could have been a victor if he didn't want that much as he wants. He didn't want Donbass, but he did want Donbass, and now he's not in a strong position. So I'm not sure that if it stays this way, I'm not sure he goes into history as the new Peter the Great. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, I mean, one of the lessons looking at it from the outside in of the last 4 years is that perhaps Russia's military might wasn't as great as some people had feared, and that's as an outsider. Do you think that's something that's been a slightly shocking realization to the Russian people as well, that this has not been a quick war, it hasn't been a decisive war yet, and, you know, we're in a case of mission creep with hundreds of thousands of people dead?
Yes, and I think so. I mean, it's at the beginning it was a shock anyway. I mean, because I myself, and I admit it, I myself half an hour before Putin decided to begin the special military operation, it was February 24, 2022. I was on CNN arguing that he was not going to do it because it went against every rational thought, and that's how everybody felt. I mean, if you remember, well, you may not, but some people may. February 22, when they had the Security Council meeting, when every member of the Security Council, Putin's Security Council, was in total and absolute shock that he indeed is going to go with it, because everybody thought it was just going to be a conversation. So yes, I think it was kind of more realization that the army wasn't as big. They wanted Kyiv sort of to take over Kyiv, not to invade it, but to make sure that their president, the president who supports Russia, isn't installed instead of Vladimir Zelensky, and is going to happen in a few weeks. Didn't happen. But one of the things about Russia is that things never happen the way they're planned. I mean, it never works the way it works. And at the beginning, there was a lot of disappointment, but then Russia sort of caught up. But now Ukraine is catching up, and so it goes. And in this sense, the war can change now back to the Russian favor, or may not. And Putin has a very difficult decision to make, whether he's willing to go on until the very end, whatever the end will be, or he will take what he can and just sort of be done and try to resume the existence of Russia for the future, rather than going back and being destroyed completely.
Right, and from what you know of President Putin's mindset, I mean, boxed into a corner, and I say that because, you know, from what you're saying and also from what we're hearing about what's happening on the front line, you know, not too many advances, doesn't sound like the war is in any way, at this particular moment, tipping in Russia's favor. What's Putin's next step in such a scenario where he's slightly boxed in?
Well, Russia has lost momentum. I'm not of a school of thought that Ukraine is winning. It's not. I mean, it's doing better than it was 2 months ago. It doesn't mean that it cannot change. It can. In my view, which once again, I keep reminding myself that I was wrong half an hour before the invasion was announced, the special military operation was announced, Putin is an escalator. When things are not going in his direction, he actually sort of turns the table on you and does something that annuls all the previous issues of that moment, and there's sort of the counting starts anew. So if there is an escalation, we're going to count from that moment of escalation, not whatever happened before that. Who cares? So that's my reading, but it's hypothetical. It doesn't mean that Putin is not a clever man, because he is, or certainly used to be, and very kind of, as I used to call him, he's a gambler, but he's a careful gambler. I mean, war in Ukraine was not a careful gamble. It actually was a very not careful gamble. But before that, he always knew how much he could take. So he would kind of bite as much as he could chew, which obviously in February 22 turned out not to be the case. So he may still have some moves and kind of step back and decide on further strategy. But at this point, it seems to me that if things do not go in his favor, if he's boxed in or cornered, he is going to fight more rather than fight less.
Right. So, I mean, when you sort of saw the news yesterday and you mentioned St. Petersburg, and I think more than 750 Ukrainian drones were fired into Russian territory during a 24-hour period. Some of them hit that oil terminal in St. Petersburg as that high-profile summit was taking place. I mean, Ukraine becoming increasingly audacious in many ways. I mean, is there a risk that President Putin loses patience altogether and does something really drastic? And if he did, what might he do?
I think it's entirely possible that he does lose patience. So far, the patience was kind of more measured. In fact, those who do support the war, let's say 10% of particular supporters, I mean, they more support probably 25%, but 10% are very loud about that. I mean, they've been arguing for some time that it needs to be the centers of decision-making in Kyiv, but maybe in other capitals in Europe, because Europe absolutely is fighting this war with Ukraine and behind Ukraine, and the drones are flying. I mean, basically navigation is obviously Western. It's not, Ukrainians do not have that capacity. So they've been pushing for that. And I wouldn't exclude him at one point deciding, I look like I'm a loser, and since I don't want to look like a loser, I'm going to do something that everybody else would be losers too. So possible. This is just a scenario. It doesn't mean it's going to happen this way. But in my experience, Putin very rarely steps back. Mostly, as I said, if he's cornered, he's pushing forward. And it was an embarrassment for St. Petersburg yesterday. The good thing about that embarrassment for Putin, he doesn't get embarrassed anymore, because for him, it's an existential fight. He feels like he's fighting with the whole West. Well, now Europe, America less so, but still, which, by the way, is not incorrect. And therefore, he feels like for any potential defeat, he has an explanation, because it's just Russia fighting against the whole Western world. So if he decides that that's too much of a fight and he cannot take more, they may be drastic measures. And, they've been nuclear tactical weapons discussed all the time. And even in fact, in St. Petersburg, some of the speakers, some of the particularly far right to the point of, I don't know, some insanity, talk about victory. If Russia used nuclear weapons, that's going to be a victory. So who knows? Maybe one day Putin decides that he has no other option. And I do think that this, every time when the Western decision is being made how to deal with Russia, that should be taken into consideration, that it is a nuclear power, and it is a power that, as we see, prone to certain decisions that are being very not advantageous to the world.
We've talked about the talks with the United States, efforts that began really on day one of the Trump administration last year. And I wonder why you think it is that this administration in Washington has not managed to get a deal across the line between the Russians and the Ukrainians and end this war. What's the reason, do you think?
I think the reason is Putin, because Putin wants what he wants, and Putin didn't really. I mean, they kind of praised Trump, but I don't think he had much respect for Trump. I mean, who would really? And not having that much respect, Putin probably thought that Trump, who likes strong-hand leaders. I mean, he likes authoritarians. It's not just Putin that he likes. He likes Narendra Modi. He likes Erdogan in Turkey. He He liked Viktor Orban very, very much. So he likes this kind of guys. He wants to be that kind of guy because he doesn't want Senate to tell him or Congress to tell him what to do, and international organizations say, well, you cannot do this, this is illegal. Illegal. What is illegal to me? Everything they do, as Nixon once said, when the president does it, it's not illegal. So Trump really was very differential to Putin, and Putin thought that he could milk it, obviously. And they did make some agreement, because I'm sure Trump in his own always kind of this braggadocious way, oh, we're going to have a peace deal 25 seconds from now. Probably in Anchorage last August, did say to Putin that, don't worry, I'll push Zelensky out of Donbass. And so that didn't happen. And now Putin is stuck because he promised that Donbass is really very important. So how he, in his own mind, say, well, actually wasn't that important. I thought he had that chance in August to say, well, you know what, for the benefit of humanity, we really love Donald Trump. He's a great friend of ours. We're just going to make these concessions. He chose not to. He chose to make sure that Trump would push Zelensky out of Donbass. And obviously, he somewhat failed in this because Trump could not deliver.
Just to bring our conversation to a conclusion, Professor, you've said in this conversation and in previous conversations you've had that President Putin sees himself as being the latest in a long line of greats, Russian greats like Peter the Great, Ivan the Great, Catherine the Great. How do you think he's going to go down in history, Professor?
You know what? I have my speculations, but for now, I'm afraid to put them on air. For now, it looks like Putin lost. He's not going to be one of the greats. But history is a tricky thing. History can turn around and turn defeats into victory and vice versa. So for now, I will hold on that.
OK, well, we'll have to get you back sometime soon and ask you that question perhaps in the years to come. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Professor Nina Khrushcheva, thank you very much indeed for your time, madam. Now, two prominent American political commentators have been barred from entering the United Kingdom. Cenk Uygur, the co-founder of the Young Turks, and his nephew Hasan Piker, who is a popular online political streamer, were due to speak at various events during the course of this week. Well, both men say the British authorities blocked their entry because of their views on Israel. Well, the British government says they made their decision because the presence of the two men in the country, quote, may not be conducive to the public good. Well, the decision has sparked plenty of debate over freedom of speech and political expression in the UK and beyond. Now, Cenk Uygur is the host and the CEO at the Young Turks, an independent American news organization. He joins us now from Los Angeles. Thank you so much for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. Just to start off and to set the scene for us, could you just tell us how you found out that you were not going to be able to travel to the United Kingdom as you'd planned to?
So I went to the airport not suspecting anything. I was going to speak at South by Southwest London and Oxford. And they said that I'd been rejected by the British government, that I was denied entry. And I was shocked. I didn't understand what was happening. At first, I thought it was a bureaucratic mistake. And then when I realized I really had been rejected, I, of course, knew that it was a certain country that got me rejected, Indonesia. No, I'm kidding. It's Israel. Everybody knows it's Israel. We all knew it was Israel.
Well, we don't for sure. I mean, the Home Office hasn't publicly said it's Israel. It said instead that your presence is not conducive to the public good. I mean, what does that mean?
So I assume that means that if I'm in public anywhere, mayhem will break out, maybe riots or something. It's really weird because I went and got a bagel this morning and riots didn't break out. Here I am, and I don't believe that the viewers are losing their minds right now, and the public order has not been destroyed. Furthermore, I was in the UK just last year, and again, weird, but all of a sudden, people didn't start flipping out, and the UK still stands. I mean, I know how dangerous my ideas are to the public good, at least the public good of Israel, but nevertheless, obviously, this is absurd.
Do you think, I mean, given the timing, and as you say, you were there last year and there wasn't a problem last year, do you think there's been some comment or some incident in the interim that's triggered this decision?
Yeah. So look, they didn't tell me specifically or the public necessarily why they banned me, but they did tell the Times. They told a reporter, and they said that it was because I was criticizing Israel. So it's not that much of a mystery, unless that reporter is lying or the British government is lying, although the British government did lie about me. They said that I said some things that I didn't say. So that was really weird. It's amazing to have an entire government lie about you. But so what's changed is not me. I haven't changed anything at all. What's changed is that the Israelis have gone from trying to do propaganda and convince people to realizing they've lost the battle in Britain and in America and in the West. Now people have a negative view of them because they see the atrocities that Israel commits over and over again. Since they feel like they can't persuade people anymore, they just want to keep people like me out, completely banned, so I don't have the opportunity to persuade more people that maybe in the West we should not finance a terrorist country like Israel. So they've gone to direct oppression. So they're telling every government official that they control, which is a lot of them in Britain and in America, that's it. If anybody criticizes Israel, try to take their freedom away.
And many Israelis criticize the Israeli government. And you certainly haven't been campaigning against the British government, as far as I'm aware. Or perhaps you have, I don't know, perhaps you can tell us. But I mean, it's not clear why your dossier landed on the desk of the Home Secretary. I mean, has anyone tried explaining to you why it went to that level?
So again, the only statement that they put out was to the Times. And the two things they said was that I said that grooming gangs in the UK didn't exist. Now, the reason why I said the British government's lying about me, because that's a flat-out lie, and it's already been proven to be a lie. It was a conversation I had on Piers Morgan's show, and I said they do exist, and they should be severely punished. So you really can't get a lie bigger than that. And it's so provable because everybody can see it with their own eyes since it's on tape. So then you move on to the real reason, and that's they said I criticized Israel in the wrong ways. What was the one wrong way that they stated? They said that I said that Israel controls America. Well, I say that because Israel, the Israeli lobby, has given to 94% of Congress. And Congress votes with Israel every single time. They're also the top donor to Donald Trump and Joe Biden and all of our congressional leaders. They were the top donor to Congress in the last election cycle. And so the statement they gave was that Jenks says that they gave the most to Congress. Well, that's a factual statement. That is an empirically correct statement that no one has been able to dispute because it's true. So wait. I'm not allowed to criticize Israel in truthful ways? Even if it's true, I'm not allowed to say it? Think about the power that lobby has in the West. There's no other country that you can't criticize, period, let alone that you can't criticize with provably, factually correct, empirically correct ways. So why are we not allowed to tell the truth about them? Look, in the old days, in the United Kingdom, the gravest offense was that you could not insult the king. Now I can insult the king, I can insult the British government, I can insult anyone I like. Oh, but wait, I can't insult Israel. So then who's the king? It appears it's Israel.
Okay. I mean, what do you think that says about the UK?
Well, it's really pathetic, let's be honest. And that's why the great majority of British citizens agree with me. Israel pretends that they're protecting Western civilization. What a joke. First of all, are you native to the Middle East or are you part of Western civilization? The Israelis should make up their minds because that's contradictory. I know that they're not fan of facts or humanity or decency, but they should look into trying to make points that make any kind of sense at all. So do they spend an extraordinary amount of money in America buying off our government? Absolutely. Now, they're not the only ones. The drug companies do it. Oil companies do it. The defense companies do it. And by the way, I'm allowed to say that about the oil companies and drug companies. I'm just not allowed to say it about Israel. So then that shows you the relative strength and power of Israel in our countries. So before, I didn't know that Israel controlled the UK, and I wouldn't have guessed that. But they just banned me for criticizing not their government, but a different government. So, and it doesn't really matter. I was kidding around about Indonesia before, because if you took out Israel and put in Indonesia or Bolivia or any other country, Well, I wouldn't want Britain controlled by Bolivia either. And I would criticize that as well. Why would we ban people for criticizing Bolivia? Okay. The same exact thing applies to Israel. And then they say, oh, wait, if you say that you were banned because of Israel, which is what we stated, we'll double ban you because now you're saying that Israel controls the UK. But I'm not saying that. The British government is saying that through their actions. So, look, that's why both American and British citizens are livid. We've had enough. It's obvious that this tiny little country has extraordinary power and uses it over our governments and, yes, let's be honest, over our media.
Okay, I mean, the UK government could argue they've barred several people from the country in recent weeks and months, including a largish group of far-right activists who were due to enter the country, I believe, earlier in the month. I mean, do you believe that a country should be allowed to bar someone on the grounds that they think that person's presence could inflame tensions in the country?
Well, so there's two answers to that. First part of that answer is I'm an American, so I really believe in free speech. So one of the people that they banned was a person who's a severe anti-Muslim bigot. So we've covered her comments on the Young Turks before our show. And she says just outrageous things about Muslims. But for me, since I grew up in an American culture, I think, so what? Let her say that, and I'll say the opposite. And I'm obviously right, and she's wrong, and it'll be easy to prove that. So I'm not scared of those bigots. So if it was me, I would let everyone in, unless they're like threatening violence. Then I get it. Now every country's allowed to set their own rules, but then the question is, are those rules correct? And are the citizens of that country comfortable with those rules? And given the reaction over the last week in the United Kingdom, it appears that their citizens are not comfortable with those rules, especially when it's applied to someone like me, which then gets to the second point. Why am I in the same bucket as these very significant and avowed and admitted bigots? So I've never said anything bigoted. I believe that Muslims, Jews, Christians are all the same. By the way, here's an amazing stat that you never hear. Did you know that 63% of Jewish Americans are against the current Israeli government? Now, the media never tells you that because they have to pretend that they're not protecting Israel, but that they're protecting Jewish civilians. That's not true at all. The Israeli government wants to hide behind anti-Semitism. They want to weaponize that charge and use it as a tool to bash all of their critics and their enemies. But wait, are 63%, the majority of Jewish Americans, anti-Semitic? Of course not. You see how it's weaponized? And in the case of all the other people who were banned, I don't believe any of them got banned for criticizing any particular country. They went after races, religions, and different things that they did. And I don't know all of their cases. But in my case, they were very specific. You've been naughty. You've criticized the all-powerful Israel. And I appreciate that, basically their confession. And it was a very ironic confession. How dare you say we're controlled by Israel? You offended Israel, so we'll ban you. Well, you proved my point. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jake, I mean, you've probably heard a lot of people trying to make sense of what's happened the last few days. You know, the pundits are out, the analysts are out, trying to work out what it is you did or said, or indeed your nephew. And some people have pointed to comments made by Hassan Piker. He's talked about 9/11. He's talked about Hamas in a way that I think has, it has ruffled a few feathers, I think it's fair to say. I mean, is there anything, I know you're not your nephew, but is there anything that you perhaps have said that perhaps with hindsight you'd have said differently? Or is there anything you regret, is what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely not. Not one word, not one sentence, not one paragraph. And so, look, why do they dislike me so much? Of all of Israel's critics, why do I bother them so much? Because I say things that are logical that they can't dispute. At this point, I've done, I don't know, dozens, maybe hundreds of debates on Israel. And now my opponents are dispirited. Piers tried to get 10 different people to debate me the other day, and they didn't want to do it. Why? Because they say, for example, Hamas is terrorists because they kill disproportionately civilians. So, for example, on October 7th, 67% of the people that they killed were civilians. And I say that's fair. I understand. So the definition of terrorism is disproportionately killing civilians. And the disproportionate part proves that it was targeted. They meant to kill civilians. And I don't dispute that at all. And so good, great, we agree. Now, Israel comes and kills 70 to 100 times the number of civilians, and they have a bigger civilian kill ratio than Hamas does. 83% of the people that they kill are civilians, and that's according to the IDF's own numbers. And that was leaked in the Israeli press, so that's a fact that comes straight out of Israel. So now, in fact, it is the worst civilian kill ratio of any terrorist group in the world. So if we are being honest and consistent about the definition of terrorism, well, then the IDF and the Israeli government is a terrorist state. There's no question about that. So that really bothers them because they can't dispute it. They can't argue with it. So the Israelis are 70 to 100 times the terrorists that Hamas is. So that's a fact. But they say, no, you're not allowed to say that. You're allowed to say it about Muslims. In fact, they encourage it for when you say it about Muslims. But when you apply the same exact standard to the Israelis, they say, well, we're offended and we'd like to ban you. No, and they have no leg to stand on because they are a terrorist government.
All right, Cenk, just bring it back to the UK for a moment. I mean, if you had a message and something to say to Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer right now, what would you say to him?
Britain is the home of freedom. Western civilization, democracy, started in a lot of places like Greece, America, France, but certainly in Great Britain. And you should be proud of that freedom. You shouldn't hide from that freedom, and you certainly shouldn't give the freedom of your citizens, American citizens, and anyone wanting to visit the UK away to serve another country. And if you keep trying to serve another country, they're going to tell you, brother, then go to that country. You're supposed to be the leader of the United Kingdom, not of Israel and not of anyone else. Stop giving British freedom away. Nobody's in favor of it. Your own people aren't in favor of it. And finally, think about it this way. If they ban me for criticizing Israel, literally billions of people in the world criticize Israel. Over 60% of Americans are critical of Israel. Are we all going to get banned? But a great majority of British citizens are also critical of Israel. So if they go outside the country, are they going to be banned from their own country for criticizing a different government? What kind of insane standard is this? And why are you making it so obvious that you serve a different country?
Okay, and Cenk, just lastly, supposing the ban was lifted tomorrow, would you want to go and visit the UK now, or would you perhaps want to go somewhere else?
No, I'm good with it. I love the British citizens, so I'd love to see London go to Oxford again, as we're set to do. By the way, on Saturday, they can't stop our speech, so they're going to Oxford Union is going to host me and Hassan virtually, so you can check that out on our speech there on Saturday. And look, a lot of people have tried to keep the Turks out and have failed. Historically, it is very difficult to keep the Turks out, and So, no, we're going to go again. We're going to go to Scotland, or another home of freedom. We're going to go everywhere, and they can't stop us. And I love the British people for welcoming us in their hearts and in their minds.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on our programme. Cenk Uygur, the host and CEO of the Young Turks. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Israel and Lebanon agree to implement a ceasefire, but Hezbollah refuses to participate. House Republicans join Democrats in the vote to limit Trump's war powers in Iran, but the president describes it as meaningless. And Ukrainian strikes in Crimea kill 3 people as the Russian ambassador to the UK admits Moscow cannot afford to lose the war. Israel and Lebanon have agreed to implement a ceasefire following negotiations in Washington. In a joint statement released with the US, they said the agreement was contingent on a complete cessation of attacks by the Iran-aligned Hezbollah. Lebanese state media has reported that Israeli strikes have continued in the south of Lebanon following the announcement. The terms are contingent on Hezbollah ending its attacks, Hezbollah to withdraw from the south of the Litani River, creation of pilot zones under the control of the Lebanese army, US to improve capacity of Lebanese armed forces, and more talks planned with the view to reach a comprehensive agreement. For more on this, I'm joined by international peace negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. Nomi, great to have you on the show. Thank you as always. So, Nomi, the statement I just read from the US State Department outlining that agreement says Hezbollah should withdraw from south of the Litani River, but there's no mention of Israeli withdrawal from territory it occupies in Lebanon. Do you think that this ceasefire agreement can really form the basis of an end to occupation and the beginning of peace?
Well, I think it has to be looked at at a sort of first step. It's certainly, as it stands, it doesn't look like it's calling for an Israeli withdrawal or from any of the territories in Lebanon. And both Hezbollah and the Islamic Revolutionary Guards in Iran have made statements, very, very clear-cut statements, that this announcement is totally unacceptable to them. And of course, if it's totally unacceptable to them, then it's not going to work. So what needs to be done is it needs to be framed as part of the US-Iran talks. And of course, there has to be a timetable for Israeli withdrawal with certain benchmarks in terms of, where Hezbollah is at. So there has to be at the same time a commitment for Hezbollah to withdraw from certain territories sort of gradually to totally disarm from those areas. There has been a commitment made, as we know from the a statement made, that there will be support for the Lebanese armed forces. And of course, they need that support in order to be able to control those areas in Lebanon's so-called pilot zones. We don't know what those pilot zones are. So I think this agreement is extremely vague. There's more we don't know about it than we do know about it, in the sense that it's intentionally vague. So it's not that we don't have the knowledge. It's just drafted in a way that leaves a lot of room for the unknown. And that vacuum is extremely dangerous. There has to be a monitoring verification mechanism, and there has to be a timetable for Israeli and withdrawal and the withdrawal of Hezbollah. Naim Qassem, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, has made it abundantly clear that unless Israel withdraws from all the territories, Hezbollah will continue in its activity. That's the whole raison d'etre of Hezbollah. Hezbollah came into being as a result of the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, including Beirut, Israeli invasion. So there has to be a mechanism to ensure that Israel withdraws from all occupied territories, but certainly from the Lebanese occupied territories, alongside an agreement for the US and Iran to sort out how they're going to end the conflict there. One can't be divorced from the other because they're heavily intertwined, Hezbollah being an offshoot of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards.
And let's talk a little bit about that, because as you've rightly said, the two national governments, of course, that's Lebanon and Israel, have agreed to a ceasefire. But the third party involved, Hezbollah, just do not want to cooperate. So this makes a deal pretty darn hard, doesn't it, Nomi?
Well, I think Hezbollah will cooperate if there will be a commitment to a total Israeli withdrawal. I think that's what it's all about. I think that if there will be a commitment for Israeli troops, there's no mention of any Israeli withdrawal. There's no mention of the pilot zones. Yes, it mentions that, first of all, there's no definition of where the pilot zones are going to be. Israel now controls key strategic areas. It's invaded the Beaufort castle. That gives them a huge strategic advantage. The areas around Nakura, which are also extremely important. And, of course, no one wants to see Lebanon divided. It was part of that Israel strategy in Gaza, was to try to divide Gaza and force all the population south. And the so-called artificial line that they built. And it looks like what is happening is Lebanon is not too dissimilar. So there are certain precedents here. So what really, we need a holistic approach to end these conflicts by ending the occupation, but also ensuring that there is a total dismantlement of the military capability of Hezbollah, because there has to be just one army in Lebanon, and the Lebanese army needs to be strengthened. Today, the EU have announced a 100 million euro deal supporting the package, of the term I was looking for, in support of the Lebanese armed forces. It's not clear what's going to happen post-UNIFIL. The UNIFIL, the United Nations peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon that has failed dramatically to stop Hezbollah from arming and sort of using the south as a launchpad towards Israel, is going to be replaced by some other force. There's no mention of what that force is going to be. I think it's highly unlikely that force is going to be a United Nations force. But then the question is, who is going to replace UNIFIL? It's going to have to be part of this agreement. It's a missing part. There is a date for the continuation of talks, the 22nd of June. There'll be further talks, I assume, again, in two tracks, like this particular track. So diplomatic negotiations in the State Department, coupled with security, specific security negotiations in the Pentagon. So you have Israeli-Lebanese teams under the auspices of the US, both in the State Department and in the Pentagon. But they need to include the reality of the entire Middle East. So that means that also the war in Iran has to end, because Hezbollah is not going to agree to anything without the Islamic Revolutionary Guards that run Iran as agreement. And as I said, and I reiterate what I said, it is absolutely fundamental that there will be a timetable contingent on various benchmarks on the part of Hezbollah and the Lebanese army taking control and the like, but there has to be a total withdrawal of Israel to the international border in order for a true ceasefire to route, and only then can you move towards a comprehensive peace agreement with Lebanon. So first stage would be a total withdrawal with an agreed timetable, with a monitoring, verification, compliance mechanism. Then you can sort out the rest. You can only move to peace once that's in place.
And as we outlined, the agreement doesn't have anything on that full withdrawal at the moment. But we're just having a look today, and obviously a ceasefire has been in place since April, and now another ceasefire is in place, agreed to, of course, by Israel and Lebanon. But Israeli strikes alone today have killed at least 5 people in southern Lebanon, Nomi, despite the ceasefires we're talking about. Where does this leave US-Israeli tensions over Lebanon? Because over the last few weeks, we've been hearing about these really difficult phone calls between Netanyahu and Donald Trump even coming out and confirming that this was the case.
Yes, it's not the first time that Donald Trump has been screaming down the line at Benjamin Netanyahu. It's not the first time that they agree on one thing on the phone during a phone call, and then each tweet completely diametrically opposing tweets on their various social media platforms, and then it's followed by a second call, which is what happened a couple of days ago. But clearly, this is a huge problem for President Trump, because President Trump needs and wants to end the war in Iran. And in order to end the war in Iran, he needs Netanyahu to commit to not only not attacking Beirut, but to withdrawing from Lebanon. So I think that the tensions are mounting between the US president and the Israeli premier, and they will continue to mount until Israel will withdraw from Lebanon.
Nomiba Yakov, as always, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure.
Now, the war in Iran has exposed divisions in Washington, with some members of Trump's own party joining the Democrats in an effort to rein in his military powers. The House has passed a measure calling for congressional approval before any further U.S. military action. While the move is largely symbolic, it does reflect the growing political pressure on the White House as the conflict does drag on. For more on this, I'm joined from Istanbul by Republican Overseas spokesperson Errol Moorcoach. Errol, as always, great to have you on the show. So, as I did mention, the House vote is, of course, largely symbolic, but what does it tell us about growing Republican unease with Trump's handling of the Iran war?
Well, I think it speaks directly to the fact that this has been building in the Republican Party for the last 90 days. And it has finally sort of come to the head point symbolically where 4 people have crossed the line. Inside of the party, there's quite a bit of division on how this has been handled. However, as President Trump has progressed in this battle with Iran and has seemingly won in every aspect that he has delivered on, it is disappointing to the party that those people did that. Now, to clarify for the viewers, this is going to go to the Senate. And from the Senate, if it was to pass the Senate, which is very unlikely, it would go to the president, who would then veto it, send it back to the House, where they would need 2/3 majority. So it's effectively a symbolic vote. It's not going to affect the way that the U.S. command structure is negotiating or operating. However, optically, it allows Iran internally to have a victory to their own people. They get to say that, look, the U.S. House is scared. The Americans are asking for a ceasefire. They don't want war. So really, what it really speaks to is a big gift to the internal sentiment in Iran, in the internal division in the United States. It doesn't really surprise me that this happened. It's not even that disappointing as much as it is procedural, and I believe that ultimately it's not going to be effective regardless. However, in the midterms, in the elections, we're going to see how that plays for the Republican Party.
Yeah, absolutely. Those midterms aren't too far away now. And of course, Errol, we've spoken about them before. But let's talk a little bit about Trump's reaction, because Trump says the 4 Republicans who joined Democrats in passing the War Powers Resolution should be ashamed of themselves. And he also called them disloyal. You spoke about division in the party. I wonder what this does for division and what Trump's response reveals about the political stakes of the House vote for his whole administration currently, and of course, popularity.
Yes, it's critical because when you look at these elections, you realize that probably the 4 who voted for this are going to be voting based on their own midterms coming up, and they're going to be in very tight districts. So in the grand scheme of things, 4 people breaking ranks out of a 400+ member group isn't a big deal. What it does show is that Nancy Pelosi style whipping up the constituency that the Democrats are able to do to get 100% of the people on board, we're not able to do that in the Republican Party, and that doesn't look good for us. And when you look at the midterms, you have to realize that certain people are in states where there is a lot of swing votes, and so perhaps those 4 people are playing the long game there. Regardless, we want to see party unity, and Trump calling them disloyal is something he's always done to anybody who breaks ranks. That's why we got rid of Thomas Massie. And that's why Rand Paul has come back under the fold after trying to be a very renegade individual. So I think Donald Trump has quashed most of his opposition inside of the party, but it's still a very large tent that draws in a very diverse diaspora of people, racially, ethnically, ideologically, under the Republican Party. And Donald Trump is having a very difficult time to coalesce all of that. Meanwhile, the war is incredibly unpopular to the consumer, who is seeing the cost at the fuel pump as the primary result. The American person, of course, is not seeing bombs and explosions except on TV. They are seeing the financial cost to them. And so that's where it's all going to roll in. And that's where this game playing by the Israeli prime minister is not very helpful to President Trump. And as we've seen with their disagreements, it certainly has something to do for it. So the Republican Party is in a very tight spot right now. And if we don't all trust in Trump and follow the leader in this, we're not going to do a good job. And I think that's where the disappointment comes from.
Yes, and before I was just talking to my guest about the situation in Lebanon. And of course, Israel and Lebanon have agreed to the ceasefire, but Hezbollah doesn't want to be any part of it. And Iran wants Lebanon to be in its ceasefire that it signs with the US. It wants a broader agreement. How much leverage do you think Iran has at the moment? And yourself, as a Republican, looking at this, you did say a little bit earlier that Trump has won on Iran, but a lot of people will be asking you, Errol, what has he won? The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, Israel's still attacking Lebanon, and no agreements in place.
Right. Well, ultimately, as if we zoom out, we look at the 90-day war that President Trump conducted, or special operation, however you want to strike it. The entire Iranian Navy has been decimated. The Air Force has been decimated. The nuclear program has been sent back decades. We killed the Ayatollah. We've killed all of their top brass 6 ways to Sunday. So the idea that they're coming to the table with a lot of leverage is more of that 12-er clerical rhetoric that Armageddon is what makes them stronger. You kill all of their nuclear scientists, they say our nuclear program is stronger than ever. So there's a lot of gamesmanship and brinksmanship, but the fact of the matter is it's dollars and cents. And the Iranians cannot afford to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. America, however, can afford to readjust pipelines. America and Israel and the Arab world have all come much closer together. You see the Saudis and the Americans forming coalitions. You see Israel coming in and making alliances. As Iran hit Kuwait and hit this innocent airport for no apparent reason whatsoever. Why are you bombing an airport? This is not endearing them to their surrounding neighbors. And so all of these people, or all of these countries around them, are going to also be putting pressure on Iran because it's affecting their economies as well. So Iran does have some cards to play. They're not completely out of the game, but they're overplaying and bluffing the leverage they have in this deal. And President Trump is very willing to increase the kinetic strikes if Iran doesn't come to the table. And they know that, and they're terrified. And that's why their leaders are hiding in caves, and our leaders are going to the New York Knicks caves.
Yes, and that's a fair point that your leaders are going to the Knicks games, but Iran still obviously has military capability because, as you just said, they hit Kuwait. So the US hasn't decimated all of the drones that are still in Iran. But when we talk about Donald Trump going back to military action, does the War Powers Resolution actually make it harder for the US president to resume large-scale fighting in Iran? Because, Errol, there's just no appetite for that at the moment.
You're absolutely right. There's no appetite for it on either side. Maybe the Israeli side there is. On the American side, there's no tactical appetite for it. I don't think that the War Powers Act that in Congress is going to have any effect in the short term. If it was to pass the Senate, there might be a brief interlude before Trump vetoes it. But it does send a message to the president, and the president takes that message and he sees it as a disappointing message. So I think, if anything, he's more determined to ramp this up and get a deal done. And as you see how he's talking to Netanyahu and the Israelis, he's not happy with them because they're not delivering the shared objectives. Obviously, they need to be under our objectives. They're secondary objectives to the American objectives, as they are, the subordinate power in this situation. So it's very critical for Israel to get on board. And I think that actually Israel has a lot more cards in this than Iran does, because how Israel behaves dictates how Hezbollah and Lebanon behave, which ultimately gives the IRGC the leverage they have to, hum and haw and go back and forth. So ultimately, Donald Trump is playing about 6 different games of chess, individual games of chess. And it's certainly a contrasting situation. With that said, I would say their ability to project power has been degraded by a factor of 90%. We're not saying that they're completely insolvent, and there is some enriched uranium hiding in the country somewhere, but they certainly are not on the same footing they were before the war, and that gives us the confidence in the negotiations, because ultimately the Iranian mullahs don't want to be replaced. They don't want their country to collapse completely. Despite what they say on the surface, they're human beings, and we expect them to come to the table and probably try to save their country before it's too late.
And Errol, let's talk a little bit, because Donald Trump, he has been very optimistic again about an imminent Iran deal. And we've heard this before from him. I've been saying it the last couple of Fridays, actually, while I've been on the show. He always says on a Friday, we're going to have a deal. And then on a Monday or over the weekend, we normally see strikes. We seem to be getting into this loop, this pattern when it comes to the US President Donald Trump. But do you think I should be optimistic, and everyone watching this should be optimistic, that this weekend could possibly be the weekend, because Donald Trump has said that the Supreme Leader is increasingly being involved in negotiations?
I do. And even if it's not this weekend or next weekend, I think it's coming. And keep in mind, this has been a very short conflict. And Donald Trump, as the eternal optimist, as the eternal salesman, as somebody with that imbued with that sense of of self-drive, he believes he can deliver that deal. And while he has fallen short in the short term, no pun intended, I do believe that him talking with the Ayatollah, from my friends in the White House and people who've communicated to me, things have progressed quite a bit in the last 96 hours in terms of that. This could be maybe that moment where we get a tense agreement. However, I wouldn't be negative on Donald Trump's optimism. You want a president who doesn't want a long-term war. And I would point out the War Powers Act was designed to remove, our troops from Vietnam, to remove troops from long-standing internal conflicts. We haven't put boots on the ground. Donald Trump has kept his promises and all that. In terms of the American service members who have been murdered and killed, it's tragic, but it's a very small number compared to the Iranians. So with all of that said, I do believe that peace is coming. Donald Trump is a peacemaker, and peace through strength is how he's going to do it. Whether it's this weekend or next weekend, ultimately, we trust in Trump. And as he says, it all works out in the end.
Yes, of course. He always likes to get a little bit of momentum going on, doesn't he, with his optimism. But one quick final thought from you. Do you think Mujtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, is alive? Because initially, many thought he was dead, including the US president.
I'm in the defense business, intelligence business. The info that I have is that he has been severely wounded, maybe to the point of being non-communicative. So the very big question is President Trump actually communicating with a conscious Ayatollah, or is he communicating with intermediaries who are basically having this weekend at Bernie's situation, keeping a dead man in a cave who he can't see? I believe he's been nearly mortally wounded, but he is alive as far as I'm understanding that. And that might be enough to get this deal across the table. Maybe it actually might be in our favor if he's in a coma and somebody else is making the deal on his behalf.
Errol, stranger things have happened. Errol Moorcouch, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
China has defended its move to ban a new group of New Zealand lawmakers from entering the country following the group's recent visit to Taiwan, saying those who cross the line will pay the price. Beijing views a self-governed island as part of its territory and is opposed to Taiwan's participation in international exchanges with other countries. Patrick Fock has this report.
Well, earlier today, China's foreign ministry said the New Zealand lawmakers' trip to Taiwan, which took place in May, violated the One China principle and amounted to interference in China's internal affairs. The 4 lawmakers in question from across the political spectrum are barred from entering mainland China, as well as Hong Kong and Macau, for a period of 1 year. Let's take a listen into what Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning had to say.
In accordance with relevant Chinese laws, China has decided to take measures against those individuals, including banning them from entering the country. I want to emphasize that the One China principle is a universal consensus of the international community, a fundamental norm of international relations, and the political foundation of China-New Zealand ties.
Wellington has expressed concern about the decision, noting that lawmakers from New Zealand have visited Taiwan for decades. New Zealand media reports say the Chinese embassy told New Zealand officials the travel ban could be reduced or waived if the lawmakers apologize for the trip. Beijing's move could be seen as an indication it's taking a tougher diplomatic approach to matters related to Taiwan. It comes after President Xi Jinping warned US President Donald Trump that mishandling the Taiwan issue could push relations into a dangerous place. New Zealand Foreign Minister Winston Peters said the visit was not inconsistent with the country's One China policy, which recognizes Beijing's claims over Taiwan.
Health officials in Gaza say Israeli strikes have killed at least 9 Palestinians, including 5 members of the same family, in separate attacks in the Gaza Strip today. Reports say Israeli planes launched strikes on 4 apartments, including the family's home, before dawn. The Israeli military have not immediately commented on the attacks. For more on this, I'm joined by one of MSF's emergency co-coordinators in Gaza, Aitor Zabol-Gogoski. Thank you, Aitor, for your time with me today. Since a ceasefire was agreed between Hamas and Israel last October, the Israeli military has continued strikes. What impact is this having on society in the Gaza Strip and, of course, the rebuilding program that should be happening?
In reality, it has been very little happening, very little. The peace agreement, or the peace that was pushed, it created a situation where less attacks were happening, but the living conditions, the situation of the people has not changed, barely nothing. Even we could say that they are deteriorating because there is no movements happening, no economy. It's working, and people has no jobs, and everybody is dependent of aid, and a lot of people vulnerable is still dependent on the aid. So very little has moved in the living conditions of the Gaza inhabitants.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about the aid, because MSF has released a statement warning against any future aid system that relies on military control, because obviously during the Gaza war we saw the GHF come in and deliver aid, and it was very controversial. Why is MSF releasing this statement now and not when we actually saw what was happening due to the GHF organization?
We did publish a report showing how many dead people and how many wounded, injured people arrived to our facilities during GHF operation. The thing is that 1 year later, we still see consequences. We still see how people are still affected by the wounds, because probably was one of the sole events that created more wound and more dead people during the 2 years of the ongoing genocide.
Mm-hmm. And how credible and significant is the medical evidence MSF says it has gathered about injuries linked to GHF sites? Because when I speak to people from Israel, they've always strongly denied these accusations and said this is just not true.
I can tell you, I was there, and our primary health centers, they had one road to get into Gaza occupied by the Israeli forces, and one road to the rest of the area. So everybody was coming from this road, and everybody comes when the sole street, which was leading to Shakush, distribution center, and it was happening mathematically. People going at 6 o'clock in the morning, shooting when they were opening, and around 9 o'clock in the morning, they started the shooting. Everybody could hear them. And then at 10 or something like that, we started to receive systematically the wounded and the dead people. So it was very clear what was happening there by not only by the witness of the people who was trying to get food desperately, but also by the fact that all the wounded people that we received and treated, they were all of them consistently explaining the same things.
Very difficult, I imagine, to witness that. And as I speak to you, right now, what is the situation with aid like in Gaza? Because we haven't spoken about Gaza that much as we used to, as, of course, we've now moved on to the war in Iran, Lebanon and Ukraine, and now Gaza's fallen off the agenda. How much is that affecting the people?
Well, basically, what I was saying in the beginning, I mean, there is no evolution of the situation. There is no changes in practical for the people who is still trapped in Gaza Strip. There is only Rafah open for very few people living. Still, thousands of people who require medical attention and medical assistance that cannot be provided inside the Gaza Strip. They need to go outside, and the people is living by dozens at the maximum in a day. And then the people still remain completely dependent in the food aid. No jobs, no prospects of when anything is going to be changing or evolving in order to be, normalizing or changing a little bit the lives of the Gaza Strip people.
So what's the answer to what's happening, Aitor? We see a ceasefire in place, but we still see Israeli strikes killing people in Gaza, a whole family in a strike today and overnight. What's the solution here? What does MSF want to see happen?
What we want to see is a real ceasefire, and then the aid and the assistance should reach civilians in safety, should reach civilians based in the needs, based in the vulnerability of the people, and at decent scale, and a scale which really allows people to feed themselves and to improve the living conditions, which are terrific now, taking into consideration the lack of water, the lack of food, and the lack of proper services to community services for the people.
Thank you so much for speaking to me, Aitor. Really good to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you for still talking about that.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. US military officials say 2 men were killed during a military raid on a boat in the eastern Pacific Ocean on Wednesday. The latest strike follows similar attacks in Americans' Southern Spear operation, which has killed at least 203 people at sea since September. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has accused tech billionaire Elon Musk of stirring up division in the UK over Henry Novak's murder. Musk publicly criticised the police for how they treated the teenager before he succumbed to his wounds after being stabbed in December. On Monday, Novak's murderer was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Ukraine says it has struck key targets across Russian-held Crimea, with Russian officials reporting 3 people killed and several others injured in Smirnovpol. Russian authorities also say air defences intercepted more than 20 drones over Sevastopol overnight. The strikes come as Moscow faces growing pressure, with its UK ambassador admitting the war has cost us a lot, but saying Russia cannot afford to lose. For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. As always, Oleksiy, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me today. Oleksiy, what message is Ukraine trying to send with strikes deep inside Crimea, which, of course, Russia annexed back in 2014?
Hello, message is very simple. First of all, we're fighting. Russia is attacking Ukraine every day, and we are just fighting back. But the message, not just about Crimea, we reached St. Petersburg recently, where Putin started his big economical forum, he called it, but speaking mostly about the war there for Russia. So it looks like for Russia, economics is the war. We are attacking Moscow, we're attacking other places with this clear message: this war should be ended. That Russians will feel the war, not only Ukrainians will feel how awful is the war, but Russians will feel too. We will continue to destroy Russian capacity in oil products production and other things, so in refineries and so on. So our message is very simple. We need to end this war. If the war will continue, not only Ukrainians will feel the pain from this, but Russians too.
And the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says the risk of escalation is now higher than it actually was 2 years ago, as Ukraine's long-range strikes do become more effective. Do you agree with this sentiment?
I agree that in general, when the war continues, the risk of escalation is rising. The war continues, full-scale invasion already for more than 4 years. And every day makes the situation worse and more dangerous. Ukraine agreed to stop on the current lines a year ago, even more. From that time, the war continues on because of only one reason, because Putin doesn't want to stop. So I hope that Secretary Rubio in the United States will help to explain Russians that they need to end this war. And the best way to explain this to them would be more sanctions, more pressure on Russia, because Russia does not understand any other language except one language of force.
Oleksiy, There was a big, massive strike on Ukraine just a few days ago, which killed 23 people. How is Ukraine keeping its spirits up? You said, you know, over 4 years of war, constant barrage of Russian drones hitting critical infrastructure, Ukraine's freezing cold, extremely difficult. How is Ukraine continuing to fight and now actually gaining ground?
It's not because we are some superhumans, but because just of one reason, because we clearly understand what will be the consequences of losing this war. Russia commits genocide against Ukrainians on occupied territories. So if they will succeed, they will kill people like me. They will take our children to attack next countries, to attack in Caucasus, to attack in Central Asia, to attack in Europe, Baltic states, and so on. So we clearly understand the price. That's why we continue to fight, but we want peace. Ukraine wants peace as soon as possible. And for these, we are ready, as I told you, to stop on the current lines, leaving part of our territories in the status of temporarily occupied by Russia. We want to end this war because in reality, we are in stalemate. Russia doesn't have gains, and just people are dying almost for nothing every day. So that should be stopped.
And Oleski, the Kremlin says Russia is pushing ahead with plans for a tunnel linking it with the US. We've been hearing that today. Do you think Americans should be engaging with long-term economic projects involving Russia while the war with Ukraine, as you say, remains a stalemate and unresolved?
No, I don't think so. I think it will be a big mistake to do like this because what it will mean, it will encourage aggressor to continue the war. And to continue the war, the price of this is much higher than any economical benefits. The risk of escalation, the risk of ecological catastrophes, the risk that other aggressors and dictators in the world decide to start their bloodbath, if they will see that Putin can continue the war without any consequences, and even United States will make some economical projects with him, that will be a signal for everybody else. You go, you can make war, you can do whatever you want, you can commit war crimes, you can disrupt the world, you can threaten. I just want to remind you that Putin and Russians many times threatened the United States, called the United States enemy, and so on. So after this, to have economical projects with them while the war continues and American ally, which is Ukraine, is bleeding, I think it's something unacceptable and unbelievable, I would even tell.
And Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, was visiting Ukraine, and during that visit, he claimed Russia is losing more than 30,000 soldiers a month. What message would you send to young Russians considering joining the military?
I said it on February 23, 2022, so one day before our start of Russian full-scale invasion, from the tribune of Ukrainian parliament, I addressed to Russians and said, if you will invade Ukraine, you will never leave this country. You will never leave these lands. You will be killed there. And for almost 1 million of Russians, maybe even more already, I gave an absolutely correct prognosis what will happen with them. So that's exactly what I can repeat. We need to end this war. And for anybody who wants to get in Ukrainian territory as an invader, just be prepared that most likely you will very quickly end in a grave.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, thank you for your time with me today.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Israel and Lebanon agreed to implement a ceasefire, but Hezbollah refuses to participate. House Republicans join Democrats in a vote to limit Trump's war powers in Iran, but the president describes it as meaningless. And Ukrainian strikes in Crimea kill 3 people as the Russian ambassador to the UK admits Moscow cannot afford to lose the war. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not to a man, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. And other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, like in this, like in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's like we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Siai Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did. To a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society, because in our Khasi society we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things, because in our society women also has more power, but the youngest one
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side, all the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70%, and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman, because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's name, though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something, like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
Apna business apna chalate hai aap.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles pass to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village. But we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us like a health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, so they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter. Because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, like youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents. So the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Matrilineal society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. Some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also, no? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.